Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prudence Madiba. I'll be your program director for the day. Just for protocol this morning, please ensure that you are always connected from a safe working space and that you are familiar with your evacuations of the areas where you have linked in from. We would like to keep this session as interactive as possible. So you'll notice that throughout the webinar, we are going to be having a number of polls that you need to respond to and keep engaging with us through that. Also, as part of the engagement, we will be having a panel discussion where you are welcome to then raise your hand for the question, and I will notify you when we come to that. Secondly, is that throughout the chat box will be available. You can put your comments or questions, which if time allows after the presentation, we can look at, or alternatively, we'll deal with some of those when we come to the panel discussion. For the welcome and official opening of this webinar, I would like to introduce to you the chairperson of the CEB Council, Dr. Dlamini. Dr. Dlamini is a project manager who established the consultancy for Sitabo Project Manager in 2006. He has pioneered his work in South Africa during his study period in Pretoria in the early 1990s, and after graduation, he has worked for Mike Payne Architecture in Witbank and later RFB Architects in Auckland Park. Between 2001 and 2005, Dr. Dlamini went on to consolidate his project management expertise with the University of Bath in the UK, where he did his MSc in International Construction Management. Dr. Dlamini exercises unique influence in traditional architect practices, construction engineering, and project management thinking to contemporary innovative approaches, and his work in practice bears testimony to his thinking in shaping theory and practice of these areas of expertise. Dr. Dlamini further studies in PhD in construction management and engineering with the University of Reading in the UK, which places him as a disciplined beacon of hope for the global construction fraternity. As an accomplished academic and industry expertise of vision, Dr. Dlamini has established himself as a reputable professional of creativity, conviction, and tireless devotion to construction sector and best practice development models. His academic and industry experience in South Africa and the UK make him a unique asset for the state as he continues to contribute immensely towards construction sector best practice. Please join me in welcoming our chairperson for CBE, Dr. Dlamini. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Madiba. Honorable Deputy Minister, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very important engagement where we will be engaging on women empowerment and gender equity issues that are affecting the built environment. As part of the CBE mandate, we are charged with transforming the built environment sector, and a key among those endeavors is women empowerment, because as you would know, we are currently sitting with a situation where, in terms of women participation across the 6 disciplines in the built environment professions, we are still sitting at about 13% of women participation. And I think government has made it very clear in terms of making sure that in all sectors of the economy, there's 50-50 gender parity. So as the CPE, there are a number of endeavors that Council has propagated, amongst which include the transformation collaborative committees, which have been endorsed by the executive authority, and they've also been endorsed by the parliamentary portfolio committee on public works and infrastructure. So part of today's engagement is an effort by the Women Empowerment and Gender Equity TCC to make sure that we have a frank talk about how issues of women in the different built environment professions are augmented and put forth as one amongst the critical areas of focus, because it cannot be correct. In fact, when we, as part of what we are advocating for, in as far as government procurement of built environment professional services, is that we shouldn't actually be just talking about women participation, but we would like to see procurement of professional services being reflective of that 50-50 gender parity in terms of how government awards professional work going forward. So those are some of the things that I think in the engagements today will be pronounced, and we will come up with clear strategies. So, colleagues, without wasting much of your time, I would like to, at this point, invite the Honorable Deputy Minister, who has been so instrumental really in making sure that as Council, we get the requisite support from her office as the executive authority to make sure that the mandate of the CPE in as far as transforming the sector is concerned is achieved. And we are grateful that she's going to share with us some of her wisdom. Ms. Notolo-Kiviet is synonymously associated with our country's road towards democracy. She holds a bachelor's degree and an honors degree in public administration from the University of Fort Hare. In 2010, being one of the notable graduates at the University of Fort Hare. She was awarded a master's in public administration. Ms. Tokolo is being rooted in the Eastern Cape. She became a member of the legislature in 1994, and in 2004, she was appointed Speaker of the legislature and went on to serve as the second woman Premier of the Eastern Cape province. Following the May 2019 general election, Ms. Kiviet became a member of the National Assembly, and she was appointed by the President to be the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. She's currently serving in that role along with the Honorable Minister, Patricia Delil. So allow me at this point, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our Deputy Minister to address the gathering. Over to you, DM. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Dr. Dlamini. Am I?
Yes. Good morning, Honorable DM. Yes, you are audible now. Thank you.
I couldn't hear a thing, so pardon me that I seem to have just joined without necessarily talking, and my apologies for that.
Okay. No, you're welcome, Honorable DM. But did you manage to catch a glimpse of the intro?
No, I couldn't hear anything. I only got unmuted now, but I'm not really worried because we also have time to manage.
Yes, yes.
I won't go back there, but your participants will pardon me if I don't greet all of them, and allow me to abuse my language is Xhosa, which says when you are not sure of who are the important people on the platform would be, we say Inganga Nenzibazayo, which means it's you and all those who are important next to you. A good morning to all of our participants, and thank you for inviting me and organizing this august meeting. I will start by quoting Oprah Winfrey, who, when I quote, she says, "Doing the best at this moment puts you in the best place for the next moment." To anchor this input, I chose Oprah Winfrey because she broke the glass ceiling born into poverty in January 1954 in Mississippi, molested and pregnant at age 14, 14. Yet at the age 19, she was a co-anchor for a local evening, local news program. This being a living testimony that your environment must never define who you are and what you can become. It therefore gives me pleasure to participate in this august occasion where we are gathered to engage on the theme of this webinar, Women Forward Shattering the Glass Ceiling. The glass ceiling is defined as the metaphorical invisible barrier that prevents individuals from being promoted to higher positions in industry. Such barriers during the apartheid South Africa constituted what had been referred to as triple oppression, that is, oppression on the basis of the color of your skin, that is race, of being a woman, that is gender, and coming from the working class, which is the class. Such barriers are often unwritten, as they are often set to prevent access to advancement. Overcoming such barriers, therefore, includes removing the barriers for others experiencing the same struggles. South Africa adopted a new constitution in 1994, which emphasizes through its founding provisions in Chapter 1 that it is one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values: that of human dignity, equality, the advancement of human rights and freedoms. But secondly, non-racialism and non-sexism, and all other listed values. Most importantly in this area is that all citizens are entitled to the rights, the privileges, and the benefits of citizenship, which makes it to be the cornerstone of equality. It invariably emphasizes on the question of social justice, which refers to the fair division of resources, opportunities, and privileges in society, which makes it a constitutional injunction. Ladies and gentlemen, in its wisdom and the zeal to give meaning to the constitutional imperatives I have referred to, our government has enacted various transformative pieces of legislation. And for the audience assembled here, some of those are the CBE Act, which is the Council for the Built Environment Act, the CIDB Act, which we are currently busy with in terms of its amendment, the Employment Equity Act, and the list goes on. The CBE is a statutory body that has been in existence since the enactment of the Council for the Built Environment Act, number 43 of 2000. CBE is responsible for regulating the 6 councils for the built environment, which are architecture, landscape architecture, engineering, property valuers, property and construction management, as well as quantity surveying. And through memoranda of understanding, these include town and regional planning, land surveying, and environmental assessment. The Act mandates the CBE to ensure consistent application of policies by the built environment professions. Although legislation recognizes the councils as regulators of their respective professions, the CBE acts as an umbrella body whose functions are focused on facilitation and coordination across professions. The built environment professions and associated skills are of national interest and also key to government infrastructure in meeting the infrastructure targets set out in the National Development Plan and the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. 27 years into democracy, ladies and gentlemen, and post the COVID-19 pandemic, our country remains as unequal as ever. Our country is characterized by rampant poverty, and where people continue to live in penury and without employment, with the majority being young people. This smells disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa's built environment is arguably one of the sectors in our country that is most in need of transformation. Recent statistics and the latest Built Environment Throughput Report 2014 to 2019 version is quite revealing. It shows that the councils for the built environment are still largely dominated by white males at registered professional levels. The statistics that has just been reported by the councils during the last financial year, 2021-22, leaves nothing to be desired in terms of transformation of the industry. Despite a high demand for the professionals, many professionals remain stuck in the skills pipeline. Some of the hindrances include, but are not limited to, a sharp decline in the enrollment and completion of qualifications of the built environment students and graduates. Secondly, women account for more than 50% of the South African population. However, the professional registration statistics indicates that only 13% of professionals registered with the councils are women. Let that statistic sink, ladies and gentlemen. I said 13% of professionals registered with the councils are women. At the end of August, we were invited to a heartwarming ceremony of celebrating women contractors during the CIDP Empowerment and Recognition of Women in Construction Awards. It was a heartwarming ceremony tinged with sadness because even though women were being celebrated, the statistics still revealed that women are still grossly underrepresented in the higher grades, that is grades from grade 7 to grade 9 of the CIDP Register of Contractors. Women constitute more than half of the South African population. It is only correct that they should claim their rightful and equitable share of economic activity, particularly in the built environment. As a country, our development can only be accelerated by a contribution of all our available productive capacity, not just half of it. All we need, ladies and gentlemen, is to tap on our reservoir and release the potential in us. The CBE program of addressing women empowerment in the built environment over long term is laudable in driving home the point that women's issues cannot only be confined to just the month of August or to women themselves. Instead, it is an ongoing issue in need of redress by all. With that background that has been sketched, it is fair that we should now focus on how do we rectify this undesirable picture. The CBE's third transformation Indaba, held in 2019, produced a number of key resolutions in relation to challenges impeding transformation in the sector. These include the Transformation Collaborative Committees, constituted in collaboration with our department. The other interventions include the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Transformation Collaborative Committee, which was established in terms of the CBE Act. Moreover, the CBE has also developed a broad-based transformation strategy for the South African built environment. This strategy has been adapted specifically for the built environment and is founded on 8 steps or pillars which need to be implemented for functionality. Please be reminded of the words of Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, a teacher, and political theorist, whose ideas and teachings influenced the civilizations of China and the East Asian countries. And I quote Confucius when he says, "When it is obvious that goals cannot be reached, don't adjust the goals, adjust the action steps," close quote. The 8 pillars, therefore, are a formal structure, the Transformation Collaborative Committee, direction and coordination, identifying obstacles and hindrances, the setting the targets, identifying and promoting enablers, prioritizing quick wins, monitoring and evaluating our implementation, and lastly, the 8th one, reporting. We recommit ourselves as a democratic government to develop a sustainable economy through infrastructure development within a proficient built environment that is women inclusive and progressively improves the quality of life for all South Africans. We are committed to closer engagements with our stakeholders in the process of accelerated action through a series of women empowerment and gender equality webinars, such as this one. I would therefore wish to take this moment to congratulate CBE for organizing this webinar so as to provide a platform for women to participate in interactive and hands-on sessions to obtain the skills of the future and stay ahead of the competition, to highlight the barriers and devise practical solutions to address challenges faced by women in the built environment professions, to profile women pioneers and trailblazers in the industry, as well as to lobby for the empowerment and career advancement of women in the built environment professions. I do hope, ladies and gentlemen, that CBE Gender Advice Desk that has been recently set up in March this year, whose main aim is to provide the built environment, construction and property sectors with a central point of contact for industry-related requests for advice or guidance on queries and complaints relating to gender, youth, or persons with disabilities. This important desk must establish a database on the nature and frequency of requests for advice and complaints received to inform and advise relevant stakeholders accordingly. An awareness campaign is underway to sensitize the built environment, construction, and property industries about this platform. The CBE has an annual performance plan target we are monitoring with a hawk's eye that is to be successfully implemented by the end of this financial year, which is March 2023. I call on women, youth, and people with disabilities to make use of the opportunities that are provided by CBE through its WESH TCC, where it partnered with Phoenix, which is a crowdfunding platform connecting indebted higher education students to potential funders. Phoenix has the potential to provide the students with funding they need to complete their studies, obtain their degree, and become qualified professionals in the built environment. The CBE must extend its engagements beyond Phoenix to further partner with various other stakeholders in the industry and role players elsewhere to provide educational support, capacity building opportunities, and continuous development professionally to address challenges that hinder vulnerable groups in development and participation within the industry and the built environment. No effort should be spared in turning all the wonderful words, strategies, and undertakings into visible actions to make women empowerment a lived reality for women professionals. I urge all stakeholders in our industry to live to this dream and to bring it to reality. As I was preparing for this webinar, I came across a very interesting South African experience. On the 4th of October 1929, the Table Mountain Cableway, one of the world's biggest tourist attractions in Cape Town, was inaugurated. By the year 1870, many Cape Town citizens had suggested the introduction of a railway line to the top of Table Mountain, but the plans to implement a proposed rack railway were delayed by the outbreak of the Anglo-Boer War. And in 1912, the Cape Town City Council commissioned an engineer, H.M. Peter, to find various options for the public transport to the top of the mountain. Peter suggested a funicular railway line running up to from Orange Zicht through Platteklip Gorge, and suggested that that would be the most suitable option. But the project was yet again interrupted by the war. But this time, the outbreak of the First World War, that is from 1914 to 1918. And a Norwegian engineer, Mr. Stromso, proposed to council the building of a cableway. Within 2 years, at a cost of £60,000, the cableway was complete. The car could ascend the mountain in under 10 minutes and carried 19 passengers and a conductor. Why do I share this story with you? It is to illustrate the power you have as professionals to transform the South African economy, because we have a tendency to define transformation as it relates to matters of social justice. In this example, the cableway, which was as a result of the engineering skills capacity, has transformed the economy of Cape Town and is one of the world's renowned tourist attraction. But today, most of our projects are neither finished on time nor within budget. Understanding the strength that women possess, the need to break the glass ceiling, my opening quote becomes relevant. I quote, doing the best. My apologies. My apologies, Chair. Doing the best at this time puts you in the best place for the next moment. Where to from here? That is how must we break the glass. Strengthen your network, that is strengthen your collaborations, your integration of the work, and that must be our primary focus for business and professional relationships to be high. Therefore, fly with the eagles. Define clear goals. That is, the TCCs must have clear targets and strategies to reach those targets. Thirdly, be your own advocate. That is, we can't have women at this day and age of our freedom saying we are obsessed with transformation. If we can't be obsessed with transformation, what else can we be obsessed with if we need to change the country? And fourthly, create your own opportunities. Carpe diem, which means seize the moment. There are lots of opportunities out there. Let us rise and grab them and run with them. Colin Powell exhausts us when he says, and I quote, "Freedom to be your best means nothing unless you are willing to do your best," close quote. Let us therefore rise and break not only the glass ceiling, but break it together with the glass cliff we face. There comes a time in the life of any nation when there remains only two choices: submit or fight. That is the slogan that was used by the MK soldiers fighting for this country. I now want to use that slogan to women of South Africa to say that time is now. Women of South Africa, fight for your rights. I would like to wish all our participants in this webinar well in all the deliberations. Enkosi, ngiyabonga, ngiyaleboha. Thank you, Baya Danki, and all the best. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Women of South Africa, the time is now. Let us rise, and the best moment to rise is now. I'm very much excited about the points that were raised by the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and I see also in our chat that already the collaboration that you're talking about, supporting each other from a skills perspective, is already taking place. Two key issues that we take away from this is there's never a better time to transform and as women to speak and be the advocacy for our women's skills and potential in the built environment than now. So thank you for that speech, our Honorable Deputy Minister. We really appreciate your time. I know that you might be leaving the webinar at any moment from now, but we appreciate that you had made the time to join us in this moment. And from the CBTTC committee chair, what we can commit to is that we will make sure that we've got clear target that speaks to the issues that we have to address and be measurable, and that when we give our year-end report, you will see a demonstration in terms of achievement of those. And to our participants today, this is part that we participate, and the moment that we should do that is by showcasing the work that women do. And I'm happy to see that we've got men within the 240 participants today. They are men that are supporting and ensuring that as they rise, they take their women along. And as women, we will take our men along as we rise and shine together. Thank you, Minister, for that. We will now move over to session 2, where I will introduce our focus area for the first presentation, Shattering the Glass Ceiling and Career Success, Factors for Women to Advance into Leadership and Business Ownership in the Engineering Profession. This will be delivered by Ms. Refilwe Lusufi, the founder and owner of Prana Consulting. Ms. Refilwe Lusufi is the founder of Prana Consulting, a certified women-owned Level 1 BBEE civil engineering consulting firm, which has been in operation since 2011. The firm offers engineering professional service in the planning, design, construction, monitoring, as well as operation and maintenance of civil infrastructure, transportation engineering, and geological engineering. She is also a director in Asifra Construction, a Level 1 GBCE construction firm founded in 2019. She holds a master's degree in civil engineering and is internationally registered professional civil engineer with more than 20 years of experience. She's a council member at EXA and a board member at the Consulting Engineers South Africa, where she's also a chairperson of the Transformation and Development Committee. She is the 2023 Vice President of the South African Institute of Civil Engineering SAIS and a board member of Protec, an NPO committed in developing mathematical and science competency of young people to succeed in STEM careers. She's a project leader for testing, technology development, and local manufacture of decentralized non-sewage sanitation technology, a disruptive technology in the sanitation space. Please welcome, join me in welcoming Ms. Refilwe Lusufi, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that the issues we're talking about, showcasing our women that are participating and making a change within our industry, she meets and exceeds expectation of what that example is. Welcome, Refilwe. Thank you.
Prudence, for that welcome. I really wish that the Honorable Deputy Minister would have stayed a little bit to engage with us, because I feel that transformation discussions have been happening for such a long time. And it's the same rhetoric, and we now need to get to a stage where we start acting instead of talking. I appreciate everything that the Deputy Minister has said. She's encouraged us to fly with the eagles and instigated the fact that there are many opportunities that lie ahead, and they need us as women to take them over so that we can turn the country around. If you can just please share my slides. Thank you for the welcome. I'd like to say good morning to everyone, to my fellow panelists, as well as to the participants. It's quite a mouthful. The topic that I've been given to speak on is shattering the glass ceiling and career success factors for women to advance into leadership in the engineering profession. And I would like to thank the WEGE for this inaugural webinar where we get to talk about these very important issues. I feel like the Deputy Minister's presentation has made my speech redundant. So forgive me if I'm repeating some of the things that she has said. As I've said, we've been talking about this for years, and I guess the rhetoric will continue. Please move on to the next slide. I'm hoping it's going to be a quick presentation. I'm going to be talking about defining the term shattering the glass ceiling. What exactly does it mean? Where does it come from? And why has it become such a big part of what we talk about when we're talking about women in the industry? I'm going to give a brief bit background on my journey, how I got to where I am. Do I think I have shattered the glass ceiling? My answer is a definite no. I feel like with all that I have managed to achieve in the years that I've had in the industry, the only tool that I have to break this glass ceiling, which to me feels like a bulletproof glass, is only a small pin, and all I can do is repeatedly hit against it with the hope that someday it will crack. And as we crack that ceiling, we will be doing that not just for us, but for the generations that come after us. We're going to talk about the status quo as to where we are as an industry, as women who are trying to participate in this industry. And at the end of it, talk about what can be done to help shatter this glass ceiling. Please move to the next slide. So I am going to start with a quote from the CEO of the CPE, who says that the built environment sector is facing serious challenges, such as slow pace of transformation, aging personnel, shortage of critical skills, and high unemployment rates, especially amongst our youth. It is therefore important for the sector to take strides and develop strategies on how best to address crucial issues identified in the skills pipeline strategy for the built environment, especially gender representation, participation, and retention. And I did a bit of research as to what the glass ceiling actually is, and it's an invisible and yet very real cultural barriers that are faced by women and people of minorities and who are not well represented, who are looking to build their careers. Next screen, please. So where does it all come from? I did a quick Google search and I see that in 1978, Marilyn Loden, a management consultant for the New York telephone company, used the phrase glass ceiling while speaking on a panel of women's exposition in New York. This was based on a term from her research where she had been asked to find out why there weren't a lot of women who were entering executive positions. And later on in 1980, the term was then got some mass exposure when it appeared in a book by Gay Bryant called The Working Woman Report, Succeeding in Business in the 1980s, where she said, a lot of women executives are hitting a glass ceiling and find that they can go no further. And now in the 2000s, we're still talking about a glass ceiling. So this is an old age problem that we've had, which was identified way before 1978. Next screen, please. So as promised, I'm going to talk a bit about my journey, where I come from. I was born in Limpopo, in Zebediela, a village in Zebediela, but then my parents moved to Leboakgomo, where I grew up, and I did my primary schooling, nursery school first and primary schooling, and then I went to a high school, boarding school, which I absolutely loathed because I did not feel that I needed to be separated from my parents at that point of my growing life. But it happened to be a Catholic school, which was run by Belgian nuns. And we had these teachers who were so passionate about maths and science, which is where I think my excitement and passion for maths and science started. So I always look back with gratitude to those early sponsors, I call them sponsors and mentors, who made sure that I had a passion in the subject, which then opened my door to where I am today. I was very fortunate, very privileged to have been given a bursary by Eskom. I know that it's got a very bad reputation of late, but they had programs which put funding together to allow students from underprivileged backgrounds to be able to go to university, and they encouraged students to take up careers in engineering, and I really was fortunate to be a part of that. So I went to University of Witwatersrand, where I did my civil engineering. degree, which I completed in 2000. And then I started work post-graduation with ESCOM, because I had to serve a certain number of years after the generosity that had been shown towards me with the bursary that I got. And from ESCOM, then I went and I worked for consulting firms such as PD Knighty and Associates. I worked for state-owned entities such as the NHBRC, and I also worked for private property developers as well. So my experience and exposure is quite vast. And then when in 2011, I woke up to realize that there might be some form of entrepreneur who is hiding inside me. I'm very technical, and it's taken a while for me to actually try to transition from being technical to becoming more of a business person. So I started Prana Consulting, specializing in geotech, because that was my strong point. And then when I soon realized that there is actually a cartel of these old white-led firms who are geotechnical consulting firms, then I realized very quickly that I had to try and diversify. And then I diversified into other things such as municipal infrastructure designs, water, sewer, roads, etc. It's been a long journey, especially as a business, and the many challenges that we face as businesses, I won't be able to share in this particular presentation. But what the Deputy Minister was talking about, that there are opportunities, yes, there are opportunities, but there are so many barriers that we face as companies, especially female-led Black companies. I've already touched on the aspect of mentorship. My parents were my first mentor. When I was little, my father would challenge me mentally, making sure that my cognitive development was on par. And he encouraged me to recite my times tables. By the time I was like 4, I remember being at nursery school, and he would just encourage me to do all these things that I didn't hear other children talking about when I went out to play with them. So my father was a pusher for education, and so was my mother as well. And that's why they decided when I came of age that boarding school would be the best place for me to be, so that I could be isolated from the township life and be put in an environment which would then enhance my ability to be able to learn and to get the best marks as I could. After that, then I moved on to high school. I've already spoken about the teachers who were my mentors in maths and science, and I was very fortunate. And I don't think everyone who makes it into this industry tells the same story of strong, meaningful mentorship. All my bosses at all the different companies that I worked for saw something in me, something that I didn't even see in myself sometimes. And they made me believe that if I put in the right effort and I did what I needed to do, that I'd be able to progress. And as a result, I was able to get the relevant experience and exposure and training that I needed, which allowed me to be able to meet the competencies that are required in order for me to register as a professional engineer, which happened in 2005, which was quite quick. It was 5 years within which I had to be able to gain the experience that was required. I now sit with a long list of young graduates that I mentor who have been working for anything from 3 to even 15 years, but they are still struggling with their registration. And that is a big problem for us. The minister spoke about the Deputy Minister spoke about the 13% of professionally registered women in the whole industry. That is disturbing, and it's because of these barriers and these glass ceilings that women encounter, which makes it impossible for them to be able to get their registration. The other thing that I decided to do, because I'm very curious, I joined SAIC. I didn't even know what SAIC was about then at that point. And through joining SAIC, then there was exposure and a lot of opportunities for me to partner and to be able to collaborate with other people within the industry. And I ended up with CISA as well, we, as Prana, we became a member of CESA, and there's quite a lot of value that you gain out of joining CESA as a member firm because of the advocacy that they do on behalf of the built environment to ensure that public procurement and clients are able to provide information on projects. And if there is anything that is untoward with regard to tenders and procurement, CESA will stand up for you. I'm not advocating that everyone joins, I'm just trying to share the benefits. And it was through CESA that I got to meet other people within my network, and I expanded my network. And I was also appointed as a council member in the 6th term of the Council for EXA, where I am currently serving. And I'm also a part of ProTech, where we are very passionate about encouraging STEM careers and subjects in high school children. And I really hope that everyone who's on this call will take it upon themselves to actually start doing their part towards building a strong pipeline of skills so that we can have the skills that are going to be required for the upgrade of our infrastructure. The infrastructure in the country is failing, our roads are failing, our power is letting us down, our railway, as well as our water and sewer. And we really need to start spending and upgrading, otherwise it's going to have such an adverse impact on our economy. So we need to make sure that we've got a strong skills pipeline, and we need to make sure that we have an adequate representation of women in that skills pipeline. Kindly go to the next slide, please. So on this slide, I'm very quickly going to talk about where we are, but the Deputy Minister has done justice to it. The fact that this is a very male-dominated industry. And if you look at the arrows that I've put here, I want you to think of them as possible exit points, where people actually exit the industry because of the glass ceilings that have been set. So it's become a serious problem to try and attract and retain women in the industry for many reasons. We're going to start with the fact that girls are mostly discouraged from doing maths and science because it is perceived to be, they are perceived to be quite difficult subjects. And it is up to us to start inciting that excitement and removing that fear of the subjects, so that we can have more and more girl children who choose to do core maths and science for their matric, so that they can then proceed into careers which are STEM related. After graduating, it becomes such a big problem because employers have biases, either conscious, subconscious, or unconscious. When during recruitment, when you see a female candidate walking in, people who are honest will tell you that when it's a female candidate, all they see is maternity leave. But yet, if it's a male, then they see consistency and they think that, yeah, no, this is somebody that we can go with. These are just biases. Yes, women do have the responsibility of starting families, etc., but we need to be able to see beyond that, because the value that women bring to the table should be able to compensate for the 6 months that they will have to not be at the office. And they get relegated, in most cases, female graduates get relegated to the softer skills. You know, they get quickly pushed through to management levels instead of being given the technical and hardcore engineering skills that are required for them to be able to register as professionals. Males are normally given that. And the fact that in engineering, because we move from one place to another as sites change, then employers become very wary of employing women because, you know, they think, her husband is not going to support, or, you know, it's going to inconvenience children, etc. Although that is, you know, it's worthwhile consideration from them, but it is actually limiting the opportunity for women to actually progress in their careers. And the road to registration therefore becomes very, very difficult for them. That's why I'm sitting now with at least 20-something people that I am mentoring who are really struggling with registration. Because although they've spent all the years that they're supposed to be spending, the minimum number of years have been spent working, they are still not getting the relevant exposure and training to be able to meet the competency. And I'm speaking on behalf of EXA for now, the competencies that are required by EXA. The environment tends to be quite hostile, and both for a career, but as well as for business development for women. And that's when people think, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do this. I don't have to work so hard. And I heard what the Deputy Minister said. She said that we have to keep fighting, but even warriors get tired sometimes. If the environment is just not enabling, you do get tired of fighting. And there's always a persistent gender gap, being it a pay gap or from a technical exposure. You'll have someone with exactly the same experience, same qualification, but just because they are male, they'll be paid more than their female counterparts, which it really doesn't make sense to anyone, but it is perpetuated by business. And I've already spoken about the conscious and unconscious biases and stereotyping. Women are perceived to not be reliable. I'm not sure why. Women are perceived to not be consistent. We are not taken seriously as technical people or as business people. And it takes someone being aware of those biases to actually change them. Even I have my own biases, and time to time I have to stop and ask myself, wait, is this an unconscious bias that I have that I'm not aware of? And therefore my decision making is based not only on logic, but based purely on the bias that I had prior to whatever the circumstances are. We have very, very limited representation of women in C-suite positions, which means that although you might struggle to get your qualifications and try as hard as you can and keep fighting, as the Deputy Minister says, no one gives us a chance in most cases to actually make it to C-suite positions so that we can start participating as managers and directors in firms, as well as sitting on boards. And I really think that the country is really missing out on invaluable input that can come from women participation. I've already spoken about women being relegated to soft and hard technical skills, and also women sitting on boards. So please move on to the next slide. So why are these inequalities perpetuated? It starts with organizational cultures, which are not committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've got human resource practices I've already spoken about that marginalize women. We've got employment conditions that do not cater for the diverse needs of a woman. If a mother has to go and take their sick child to the office, it should be okay for their boss to say, you know what, yes, of course you can take 2 hours. As women, we tend to be so committed and we tend to give our all with everything that we do. So if we're taking 2 hours away to take care of our families, best believe we're going to replace it with 6 hours when we are done with those responsibilities, because we want to make sure that we deliver what we have promised on. One very important one is a lack of access to mentorship and sponsorship opportunities. Guys, what I can encourage everyone is that we just have to get out there and we have to meet people, meet new people, and you will be shocked and surprised at what value those connections will bring to you. So get out there and become a sponsor yourself. So don't just wait for someone to be your sponsor, but those who are coming behind you, remember that you are ahead of them. So hold their hands and bring them up as well. And those who can become sponsors and mentors to others, please, I know that it is time consuming as business people or advanced career professionals, it becomes very difficult to even take your tea break. But it is so important if we want to invest in the skills pool that we mentor and we help others that come after us. And also we're facing workplace harassment because it's so male dominated. Gender-based violence is such a big problem that is being faced, and harassment in the workplace is yet another very big problem that can deter women and make them feel like their voice is not equal. So if these could be turned around, I think that we would have taken a step towards changing the environment so that it becomes an enabling platform for women to be able to work. Next slide, please. So how do we change the narrative? The Deputy Minister had already started talking about how we turn this around. We've already got lots of regulations and policies, such as the Triple PFA, the Procurement Acts, etc., which are supposed to be turning this ship around. They are brilliant pieces of legislation and regulations on paper, but implementation is quite poor. And in most cases, it's because people are too afraid to test how far they can take what is allowed within those regulations and policies. And my request is to the decision makers to please take up what is allowed in these pieces of legislation and policies and regulations and apply it, just so that women and those who are underrepresented can have opportunities and start participating in the industry. Women-owned businesses, yes, it is such a big struggle, and it's a completely different topic for another day. We'd need a whole 2 hours to sit and analyze the issues that women-owned businesses have: access to funding, access to markets, just building trust within the industry as well to show that we can deliver. And the Deputy Minister also talked about incentives, because that was my other thinking, that maybe if there were incentives to businesses and to companies to say that if you open up your procurement processes to be more inclusive of women, for example, then there could be these incentives. Maybe that could be a way of trying to get small companies to be able to participate and be employed by government and also by the private sector. And we need strictly women-centric initiatives. I've said on and of being part of panels such as Women in Water. I know that there is a woman in construction, women in renewable energies. There's a woman in everything that you can think of. However, there is no monitoring of the tangible results that come from those initiatives. And a lot of money gets put into these initiatives. But at the end of the day, as a business, we end up walking away without having any real meaningful springboard that would then catapult us to the next level. And it's not because we are not trying, it's not because we are not fighting, it's just because of how the industry has been set up. I'd like to, this is almost my last slide, talk about the database that the CBE has put together for the private practices in the built environment, whose objective was to create a database of built environment professional private practices for the purpose of creating information baseline to equip the CBE when engaging with relevant stakeholders, such as government and private sector, on matters impacting the built environment professionals. A lot of money is soon going to be spent on the upgrade of infrastructure in this country, and it would really be great to see this becoming a reality, and with focus on ensuring that women, there are set-asides that have been put aside specifically for women. We are happy to collaborate and partner with those who have done these big projects before, and they know what they are doing, because we haven't had that exposure to building dams and building railways, because we were previously not allowed to participate as women. And how will this then translate into breaking the ceiling? The CBE has promised that they will influence infrastructure-related clients such as DWS, DPWI, and Sunrun, etc., to develop and use databases with transformation credentials, or the CSD database, to be reconfigured for easy identification of built environment professional practices. So if this can become a reality, I think it would actually go a long way towards starting to turn this ship around to ensure that women can meaningfully participate in government spend, not just government, but also private sector as well. Please move to the next slide. So as companies, what can private companies do? Because we don't just only want to look at government for solutions. Companies need to understand the conscious and unconscious biases. We need to be able to recruit and promote based on talent and potential instead of gender or race or religion. We need to encourage meaningful mentorship relationships. We need to be able to provide flexi time options, especially for mothers and women, eliminate harassment and reserve engineering work for engineering professionals. This goes not only for companies, but also for government as well, because we've worked so hard to earn the skills and the competency to be able to deliver engineering solutions. And if the identification of engineering work is not adhered to, then anyone can participate in it, which then renders the whole engineering profession to be futile. So it would be appreciated, and I think it's about time that engineering work gets reserved for engineers. Just like you know, you can't just walk into a hospital and start operating on someone if you don't have that competency and that qualification. Please move on to the next slide. So if we are trying all of these things, we are fighting and fighting, but the needle won't move with regards to transformation, then what do we need to do? As individuals, we can find our competitive edge, which we all have. We need to bring our uniqueness to the table. There's only one you, and the value that you can bring to a project or a process is very unique. So make sure that you put yourself out there and don't be shy to express your thoughts. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid for someone to say, no, you were wrong there. It's okay to be wrong. Just make sure that you pitch up and you are your authentic self and bring your uniqueness to the table. Become visible. As I've said, join as many platforms as you possibly can, meet as many people as you can. And they say out of sight, out of mind. If you're out of sight of people, they won't remember you. So just make sure that you are visible. If it's your boss and your CEO, make sure that you keep going to them and talking to them, so that even though they have 300 people in their firm, you will always be at the top of their mind. And when time for promotion comes, then you will definitely be at the top of their mind. Network. They say your network is your net worth. So live that, become that, and stop being shy. It doesn't matter what your personality is. I'm a very shy person, but I've had to learn that I need to get out there and put myself out there in network. Make sure that you gain access to information. These opportunities are lying everywhere. You just need to know where to find them. And for me, it's joining as many platforms as I possibly can. And it's amazing the nuggets and the value of information that you can find in these panels and these platforms. So put yourself out there and collaborate. I think no one can express that more than, everyone has already spoken about collaboration. Find a mentor and a sponsor, and also become a mentor and a sponsor. You must become research-driven as well, so that you are relevant, you remain relevant, innovate yourself, and embrace technology and changes that are happening, so that you are always relevant. Next slide, please. I know I'm out of time. Sorry for taking up more time than I was allocated. So in conclusion, the CBE's Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Transformation Collaborative Committee We are expecting a lot from you. We have rolled up our sleeves and we are ready to work with you so that we can bring every woman, every girl child along with to make sure that we participate in this industry. Although initiatives in recent years have somewhat seemed to have advanced in cracking the glass ceiling, the impact of COVID, the Deputy Minister has spoken about it as well, has really taken us back. And also climate change is bringing about so many changes, and they put women under such vulnerable situations and at risk of perpetuated oppression and inequality. If government and the CBE can assist women by understanding their vulnerabilities and putting in strategies and solutions to be able to dismantle the monopoly in the built environment, that would be the most urgent and most crucial thing that can be achieved. So with that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Refilo, for that presentation and the challenges that you've already put a lot for the CBE and for the department to take note of. I think on just looking at some of the points you've raised, it is now 2022, but the same topic that was dealt with in the 1978 of shattering the ceiling was still dealing with the same issues. The question maybe is to 2022, what are we going to do in making sure that from these discussions, we don't only come up with videos that are nice and nice topics, but what do we put down as target? And I think from the WIGI committees, those are the challenges that we'll take forward and put into strategies that we should take forward. You have also mentioned one of the things that I was thinking we will take as a next seminar discussion, where you are saying women-owned business intentionally drive the creation of opportunities. And I think that on its own is a topic that we must look into and discuss further to put ways that the CBE can then support women in this building to continue. We have now from WIGI put together a database for professionally registered women in the CBE councils. And I think in line with that, we will look into the women-owned practices and how we can then use the same platform to showcase those women. Thank you for that discussion. We will not be taking any questions, but moving straight to the next presentation, which is the topic is as follows: diversifying tangible strategies and solutions for dismantling monopoly in the built environment. This will be delivered by Ms. Lebogang Zulu. Dubbed the Woman of Steel, Lebogang Zulu is a mechanical engineer graduate with Masters in Construction Management. She is the Group CEO of AV South Africa and an internationally renowned entrepreneur who is passionate for gender equity, shines through her transformation, empowerment, and innovative work her group is doing in the innovative building technology space. Wearing different hats, Ms. Zulu, the chairperson of South African chapter of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance, and she's also the International Trade Relation Portfolio Committee at the Black Business Council. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Lebogang Zulu.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Prudence, for such a warm introduction. On a lighter note, what you may have neglected to mention is that I am a proud graduate of the Bantu education system, a system that has taught me not to worry too much about the sound of English, how I say words, but to rather zoom in on each big English word to unpack and understand what it means and how best to action and deliver results. To refuel my dear sister, I certainly can relate to stepping away from our shy self and getting out there. You are correct in saying your network is most certainly your net worth. Let me start off by acknowledging the presence, attendance, and participation of Honorable Deputy Minister Merkevet, my dear leader and brother, the chair of CBE, Dr. Dlamini. Greetings to my fellow panelists and to all the colleagues that are joining this webinar today. To the CBE executives, please allow me to express my profound gratitude for hosting this important session outside the month of August. Such actions remind us, as the DM alluded to earlier, that advancing economic empowerment of women is not an August month conversation, but a discussion deserving of our daily attention and most importantly, actioning. Program Director, please allow me to abuse this platform for a second and introduce the South African chapter of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Today, I speak on this call in my capacity as the chairperson of that particular structure. We're constituted in 2020. The BRICS Women's Business Alliance has been mandated by the Ministry of Small Business Development to unlock economic value within South Africa, the continent, and BRIC countries for the development, growth, and sustainability of women-owned businesses in the country. With 12 working groups spanning across different economic sectors, the infrastructure space being one, our structure is comprised of and led by astute women entrepreneurs who are leading the transformation agenda in their respective economic sectors of participation. Our approach in simple terms as WBA really moves from a premised strategy of unlocking export trading and investment opportunities for South African and African women entrepreneurs in BRICS markets. So we say from an SA Inc. point, we are taking it one BRIC country at a time with clearly defined projects and projects of cooperation ranging across imports, exports, and investment trading deals. For us, the conversation is as simple as saying, South Africa is not a dump site for international players. We are a country that's seeking to grow its economy. And as a country that's seeking to grow its economies, we've got women entrepreneurs who are innovators, who are developers, who are professionals that are seeking trading opportunities in their countries as well. So whenever we are engaging with our BRICS counterparts, the conversation is simply really that what is it that you want to import from us? What is it you want to export to us? And what is it that you want to invest in our country? That is really our approach. And our motto, of course, is we aiming to connect, collaborate, and very importantly, contract. So we've got our own 3 Cs. May I please go to the next slide? So with that introduction of WBA, and thanks for the indulgence, back to the task at hand. The next level of the country's economic growth is sitting in the hands of all of us sitting in this room right now, the SMME sector. As WBA, we are calling for a movement, and DM did speak to this one, we are calling for a movement away from being obsessed with transformation, but being obsessed with the adoption of an export-oriented economic growth strategy with women and SMMEs leading in the forefront. As I go through this presentation, I will share what exactly do we mean by that, number one. Number two, we will also then share practical solutions that that illustrates this particular strategy and this particular approach. In any social media platform, in the news, we have seen in the last couple of months, preferential procurement is being challenged in courts right now. BEE is the next level of focus in terms of its challenge. And what does that mean for a country which is still sitting with such an unjust economic landscape, what does it mean for me and you when such court battles are going on, and how does it therefore impact us, and how do we then protect the space and fight for the space, because we're still fighting for a space. This particular industry of ours is as unjust as anything. All of us sitting in this room, whether we are employees, whether we are employers, bottom line is we are fighting for a 10% of an industry that is generating at least just over 200 and odd billion rand per annum. Now, 10% of that space with majority population is really a space that justifies the unjustness or that illustrates the unjustness of the economic landscape. History and industry development practices, they play a critical role in defining the next big focus on how do we use domestic markets to develop capacity, and therefore use international markets to grow the economic strength of women and SMME entrepreneurs across different sectors. Of course, we will keep coming back to this particular space. So in this slide, what we are saying is, if we go back to our mothers of 1956, they were clear about what is it that they are fighting: the social oppressive system. They came together, they pulled together an action plan, and they executed on that action plan, and they delivered the results. That is why today we continue to celebrate and honor them. Now, there's a lesson in that. The lesson is the process itself, from identifying what the problem is, defining action, and executing on the action. Now, I'm going to come back to that. So let's draw strength from our foremothers. Now, from a strategy point of view, I want to take us all back in time when we all thought telecoms, we only saw Telkom and there was nobody else. Therefore, Telkom had monopoly of the telecoms space. Now, having that monopoly, your likes of your Vodacoms, your MTNs, you name them, did not come into the country and came and spoke transformation or women empowerment. They found a country with a government that, had created a conducive and competitive, allowed for a competitive environment. They then came in with what I choose to call a disruptive, positive disruptive products, your mobile phones. Today, me and you are able to talk, while we are walking, we're not fixed on a landline. What they managed to do with that strategy of theirs, of course, they came backed by their own governments, they had funding, they were big, the multinationals. But bottom line is they managed to crack the telecom monopoly by disrupting it, positively disrupting it, because their product spoke to consumers such as myself and yourself. And the end result is the telecom monopoly was no more. In fact, with that strategy, they were able to force telecom to innovate itself in order to stay in business. Now I am sharing this as a strategy on the basis that if we think to ourselves and appreciate the fact that these industries, including the infrastructure industry, these industries are industries that we as the Black population did not create, and therefore we do not own. So whenever we speak transformation empowerment, we are literally saying to the owners of the industries and the owners of the economies, please give us a play. So we are it's almost like we are pleading. It's almost like we are, begging for a space where in fact we have a very beautiful opportunity to disrupt, to come with positive disruptions that are responding to what consumers need, to what markets need, and therefore force industries to innovate. We are fortunate. I mean, we've had DM was here, DM spoke to us, to say government says, I have created an enabling environment. I've put policies in place, but I cannot implement these policies. It is not my role to implement policy. And it is true. We should not be emotional about that. It is not government's role to implement policy. It is ourselves as the business community to say, here's a policy. How do we make this policy work for an agenda that we are driving at any given point? I thought that was very important. So today being 2022, 28 years or so into democracy, we are sitting with an economic oppressive system. It is by design, it is not by accident. So the question is, do we understand what that is? Do we appreciate that, you know, at any given point, we can come with all these big English words, but it will mean absolutely nothing, you know, to those that actually own these economies. I mean, if tables were turned, and these industries were ours, we developed these industries, you know, as the Black population. I'd like to believe we'll do exactly the same thing. We would protect, we would guard that space just as much as our other counterparts are actually doing right now. So we have to step out of our shells really and take a different approach. And that is what WBA is advocating for. Next slide, please. Now, in this particular slide, I've already spoken to, you know, appreciating and understanding what government's role is. It is to create an enabling environment. But beyond that, implementation thereof is a two-way street. It is no longer just a one-way street where we keep saying, these are the issues we have, these are the problems we have. We identify these barriers. We identify how policy can be adjusted to make it feasible for us to then penetrate. But we've also got to be mindful of these, you know, all these barriers that Refilwe spoke to, plus people that are seeking to protect their industries are also, you know, a barrier by themselves. These are challenges, but they're certainly not cast in stone. It does not necessarily mean just because there are these challenges, there are these barriers, and therefore it's the end of the road. Entrepreneurship, by its existence, it is about coming up with solutions to solve a particular problem. So we need to dig deep as the SMME sector and start leading the narrative of transforming these industries. We go to government with solutions because they are definitely looking for solutions. You know, and when we present solutions to them on the table and they're choosing not to implement, then we know exactly what the issue is. But between now and then, let us stop sitting back and allowing corporates and multinationals to be the one driving solutions, because we will always then be lagging back as the SMMEs. Are we asking the right questions? You know, are we when we talk in our own circles, when we come out of this webinar today, are we talking, you know, what do we talk about? What do we see as the desired end state that we envisage for ourselves as youth and women entrepreneurs? Of course, I'm no longer youth, so please don't be saying how lebogang. Do we appreciate and understand the difference between entrepreneurship and a service provider? What do we want to be, service providers or entrepreneurs? It is very important that we come out of this, you know, webinar in our own private conversations amongst each other, that we be clear about exactly what do we want to be. Because if we want to be entrepreneurs, then whenever there's an obstacle, an entrepreneur does not fold over and go away. An entrepreneur says, where is the solution? How do I solution for this particular problem? But the point is, it is an obstacle along my journey, and I need to get to my end destination. And they look for solutions for that. What is very key for me in this particular slide, which leads us to the next slide, is do we as SMME know what it means for South Africa to be part of multilateral organizations? Do we know what opportunities it therefore then presents? Are we asking the right, again, are we asking the right questions in terms of the bilateral agreements that come post the country being part of these multilateral organizations? And are we getting ourselves up, you know, to take up those opportunities once we know what they are? Are we asking the right questions in these summits, in these webinars, in these conferences? Next slide, please. So I am looking at, okay. So as of now, you know, we are part of the G20, we're part of your IMFs, BRICS, IFC, but very importantly, closer to home, we're part of AFTA. AFTA is again yet another multilateral organization that the country is a part of, that the country pays annual membership fees to be part of these multilateral organizations. But what does it mean then for me and you sitting in the SMME sector space? It basically means we are literally sitting with plus 60 international membership as a country. That is giving us access to just over 100 countries in the world. But what do these countries have that we do not have, that we can use to disrupt monopolies back here at home? So it is more of a homework to all of us, much more than it is for me to share. I can share, but I would need days. I'd need us to have a conference for days for us to unpack in each country, within BRICS alone, in each country, what is it that they have strength in? I mean, we know renewable energy, Russia is big, 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 big. But are we reaching out to Russia to say, let us collaborate? We're part of the same multilateral organization called BRICS. Bring that back into the country and fight for our space. I mean, we load shedding now and again, so government is looking for different kinds of solutions. But are we positioning ourselves as the SMME sector to take up those opportunities, or are we sitting back and allowing your large corporations and your multinationals to take up those spaces? These are questions that we ought to ask ourselves. I'm not here to be asking only questions. We do have a solution specifically that speaks to cracking the monopolies, at least activating a process towards disrupting monopolies in the built environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this particular slide, what we're trying to illustrate here is from the export-oriented capacity building strategy that I spoke of earlier, insofar as using domestic markets. So I'm going to say, let us identify what is a domestic market. Domestic market in the built environment context. Let us look at a human settlement as an example. Government department, yes, but outside being a government department, they are actually a market for me and you. For us as professionals, for us as contractors, for us as built professionals. We are consultants, we provide such services. What does government need? Government says, look, human settlement, I need houses delivered for my people, as an example. I need jobs created for my people. I need my economy to grow. So we now know that. We then have a DTIC or an IDC, the DFIs on the other hand, that says, we are here to provide funding that is seeking to ensure that when we empower you, you create the necessary jobs, you help the country grow its economy. So we've got that on the one side. And on another side, we've got court battles, like I've said earlier on, or people challenging preferential procurement, challenging your BEE, and let alone the fact that the economic landscape is still more unjust now than it's been, in 1994. So the thing here about this particular slide is for us to understand and appreciate, how do we use a government, a human settlement that says, I am government, I am here to support, I want the economic landscape to reflect the demographics of this country from a percentage point of view. So if anything, I want a 50-50, then I would have, I'd be okay. In a real world, in all honesty, it should be a 70-30 kind scenario, but we don't want to go there. We're still happy to get to a 50-50 for now. So we've got a government that says that. We've got all these court challenges. So for us, it is a question of, as part of disrupting, Refula spoke about the importance of skills development, the importance of the developing human capital. It is absolutely, we need to be taking an approach, a programmatized approach towards using domestic markets to build capacity that will go back to your AFTAs and trade. Africa alone is in need of, there's a housing deficit just in excess of 50 million houses. Who is going to build those houses? As I speak to you right now, last year I had an opportunity to visit went on a trade mission in Tanzania, and it really saddened me to realize that Tanzania is importing only 4% of its building material needs from South Africa. The rest of its materials are being imported from Europe and in some of our own BRICS countries. Only 4% from South Africa. Now, this is Africa. We're part of the same continent. So surely those statistics alone are saying something ought to be done. And this is part of our solutioning. Next slide, please. So having shared all the questions that I've asked, the homeworks, the suggestions in terms of topics that we ought to be engaging in between ourselves in our private spaces. The next slide is actually a video clip that I'd like to share with you. This is the WBA approach and a solution that we have developed, a strategy that we've developed that seeks to dismantle, that seeks to activate, I've got to be careful what I say now, that seeks to activate, the dismantling process to dismantle monopolies that already exist. It is an elephant, we are but ants, but everything starts with one single step, and this is our one single step. We can only grow it from there. So that's the first part. The second part of the video that you're going to watch, it speaks to the innovation and building technology space is new, and as new as it is, again, if we fold our arms and we allow large corporates and multinationals to lead these narratives, then even this particular world, innovation and various innovations. I mean, there's any innovation in water, there's innovations in energy, there's innovations in the infrastructure space. If we fold our arms, they will definitely lead, and we're certainly not going to be a priority on that particular table. So we've got to make ourselves a priority on that table, and this is part of the solutioning that we're bringing forward as BRICS Women's Business Alliance. Please, let's play the video.
We are living in unprecedented times, where poverty and unemployment continues to challenge all of us, where global warming and climate change are no longer foreign concepts, a reality of which has seen homes being washed away by disastrous floods and natural disasters. Informal settlements which are homes to millions of South Africans subjected to increased wildfires, causing significant damages to the lives and livelihoods of our people. These realities come on the back of an unequal economic participation landscape in an era where the fourth industrial revolution has fueled in the next wave of innovations in almost every sector of the economy, presenting an opportunity to address gender inequality in the construction industry and prepare women and youth construction entrepreneurs to service ever-increasing demands for homes and social infrastructures, and the construction labor market is an urgent need for skills of the future. In the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution, technology meets construction in a period where the conventional brick and mortar systems are not able to deliver at a speed that demand requires. In a period where access for participation of women and youth entrepreneurs in the construction materials supply chain continues to be restricted by monopolies and imports from developed countries. In a period where, despite the recent spate of economic growth, the country and the African continent remains afflicted by entrenched poverty, alarming high and rising rates of inequalities and unemployment. The gap between the rich and the poor continues to grow, and where the need for greater economic integration is ever so urgent. Developed as an economic growth strategy through building capacity for transforming the construction industry and creating a pool of SMME suppliers and service providers to increase export market trading activities. The IBT Construction Biz Capacity Development Program is a brainchild of the Industrialization and Strategic Localization Working Group of the South African chapter of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. The program has been designed and developed in partnership with AV South Africa, Sinjabu Construction and Technologies, MM Developments, My Arts International, and Africa Trade and Investment Council. What are we solutioning for? The IBT Construction Biz Hub and its training program has been designed to bridge the IBT construction value chain knowledge gap, thus presenting opportunities for growth and development of the construction SMME sector of the country. Knowledge is power. Power provides information. Information leads to education. Education breeds wisdom. Wisdom is liberation. Women and youth entrepreneurs are not liberated because of lack of knowledge, access to innovations and technologies, and inability to access market opportunities. The training program seeks to develop an army of technologically inclined and capable women and youth construction entrepreneurs to bridge market access challenges and constraints experienced. Thirdly, the training program seeks to develop an army of capable constructionpreneurs that will contribute to the country and the continent's growth aspirations. South Africa is part of a number of multilateral organizations with bilateral agreements signed with various countries. This capacity building approach seeks to place SMMEs, women and youth in particular, at the center of maximizing conversion of those bilateral agreements into commercially viable trading activities. And lastly, the program seeks to develop an army of capable IBTpreneurs whose construction operations are investable. We are seeking to move women and youth construction entrepreneurs from operating in the sector as subcontractors with no real growth prospects towards being capable of offering full turnkey solution from design to constructing houses and other building infrastructure that are ready for occupation. We are seeking to work with various stakeholders in not only accelerating delivery of climate-responsive and sustainable homes for the millions of poor South African families, but also ensuring that delivery of those homes presents growth opportunities and improves the lives and livelihoods of women and youth construction entrepreneurs. It is further about transforming the face of low-cost housing designs from a cheap box design to a smart homes design that restores the dignity and pride of the poorest population of our nation. From inhabitable shacks or informal settlements to an upgraded and dignified eco-homes. Where are the market opportunities? Many poor South Africans are without decent housing. The housing deficit for the poor is estimated at just over 2 million. At an average of 6 people per family, that leaves about 12 million people in dire need of climate-responsive and sustainable houses. Some of our poorest communities currently live in substandard dwellings in established townships, but many are in the 2,700 informal settlements across the country. These substandard and inhumane shacks are homes to millions of Black South African families. Currently, the housing backlog in the African continent accounts for at least 51 million units, with large variation across countries. The continent's dependence on imported materials to service its demand for building infrastructure needs results in high construction costs and thus presenting an opportunity for developing adapting African, homegrown, sustainable and cost-effective solutions. It is an economic development and growth strategy from a South African and African continents incorporated point of view. It is an approach that will by default drive gender equality and transformation of the construction industry across the value chain. It is about creating a pool of climate changes and the fourth industrial revolutions. Presenting the all-new, innovative and groundbreaking construction training facility, the IBT Construction Biz Hub, a mobile IBT construction value chain training facility designed to offer women and youth construction entrepreneurs and built environment graduates both theoretical and practical knowledge on innovations and building technologies. From technical know-how to market quality and standards requirements to deepening understanding of constructionpreneurs and business development, and finally to exposing women and youth to business opportunities across the full spectrum of the IBT construction value chain. The value chain training facility starts with Theoretical training on the modular or prefabricated building technologies, where women and youth construction entrepreneurs and built professionals, both employed and unemployed graduates, will be trained on the step-by-step construction processes of such technologies, compliance requirements and alignment with national building regulations. In this bank, participants will further learn about quality and risk identification, evaluation and management processes. Technical training on non-masonry heavyweight concrete building technologies. In this bank, women and youth construction entrepreneurs and built professionals, both employed and unemployed graduates, will learn about different building technologies available in the market, falling within the non-masonry heavyweight concrete category. Participants will also be trained on the step-by-step construction processes of such technologies, compliance requirements, alignment with national building regulations, including quality and risk identification, evaluation, and management processes. In broadening understanding of the IBT regulatory environment, participants will get exposed to the processes employed by Agrima South Africa in testing and certifying building technologies on fit for purpose. These will include minimum requirements on structural performance, fire performance, acoustics, condensation, and thermal performance. Project and construction management training, where participants will be trained on building technology specifics for project inception, planning, works planning and scheduling, manpower planning and allocation. Training in this bank will also include project costing, IBT cash flow planning and management, works progress claims and life cycle, project and financial management risk, quality control processes and management thereof, as well as the health and safety aspect. Participants will gain further exposure on different innovations available in the market to effectively and efficiently manage, keep track of, and report of project progress. As part of IBTpreneurship business development training, participants will be introduced to the concept of the IBTpreneurship model, which further covers self-discovery and personal development, design thinking from ideation to value proposition, a journey from subcontractors to becoming main contractors. In this compartment, participants will go through business development training inclusive of construction business modeling, marketing strategy development and digital tools available in the market, finance and administration covering financial literacy and wellness training. In focus during this training will be the contract management, budgeting and asset management, business planning developing bankable or fundable business plans, business legalities and compliance framework. IBT Industrialization and Supply Value Chain Knowledge Hub, as part of transforming the material supply of the construction industry and creating opportunities for the IBT construction material supply value chain. Participants will be exposed to the value chain processes associated with the different building technologies. And as part of marketing and promoting women and youth construction material suppliers, promotional materials of existing manufacturers will be distributed to all participants, and the said suppliers' building materials are brought into the practical training of the program. This approach will ensure that market access opportunities are created for the women and youth manufacturers and suppliers of building materials for growth and sustainability. IBT Professionals Incubation Hub. This bank of the training is intended to create awareness and increase a pool of IBT-inclined professionals and consultants. Targeted participants in the hub include unemployed graduates in the built environment such as quantity surveyors, civil and structural engineers, designers and detailers, amongst others. With a pool of IBT construction professionals, clients will be serviced and represented by consultants who are knowledgeable on options and benefits of various innovative building technologies beyond the brick and mortar building system. The IBT Construction Biz Hub comes with a fully kitted canteen and a reception area serving multiple purposes. Designed as a value chain IBT training on the move, the IBT Construction Biz Hub seeks to operationalize transformation of the construction sector while placing women and youth construction entrepreneurs at the center of an SMME-led economic growth agenda. Presented as the first of its kind and to be piloted for the very first time in a province that is known for its high-tech industries, the Free State Province of South Africa. The IBT Construction Biz Hub will reach just over 800 CIDB registered women and youth construction entrepreneurs across the province, while upskilling at least 100,000 unemployed graduates and construction workforce per annum, and accelerating delivery of sustainable and decent homes for poor families in the province. With the long-term goal of the building and implementation of an IBT Construction Biz Hub and its training program in each province, we aim to reach and produce over 7,200 women and youth construction entrepreneurs, while upskilling at least 900,000 unemployed graduates and construction workforce per annum nationwide, actively eradicating unemployment in the country. At the end, the pool of trained and licensed women and youth contractors will be equipped to not only service the housing deficit of the province, but other social infrastructure demands including schools, clinics, hospitals, not only in the Free State, but to neighboring provinces and the continent at large. The positive spin-off for the province's economic growth aspirations are immeasurable. We are stepping away from that which doesn't work and begin to put our collective weight behind that which works for the environment, the economy, and the people. Together, we can enable a quantum leap in construction innovation. Together, we can ensure empowerment of women and youth construction entrepreneurs and workforce. Let the construction SMME sector be part of the solutions to address the climate crisis and intensify the battle of inequality, unemployment, and economic injustice. We invite you to partner with us in building self-sustainable future communities through innovative technologies. We invite you to take a lead role in championing transformation of the construction industry. Please support women and youth construction entrepreneurs to dream big and dream fierce. The power is in your hands. Be the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you for your attention.
Right, may I just request we go to the next slide, please? So colleagues, in closing, we are pulling in all innovators in the built environment. We are seeking to partner with different innovators, whether you've innovated in the water space, in the sewer space. This is innovation and building technologies. That's what the hub is all about. So we don't only want to be showcasing building technologies, but when we are showcasing building technologies, we are seeking to ensure that any and everybody that attends that training, that they understand the value chain, the whole value chain. From, if I speak in my world, we buy coils. Where do we buy the coal from? Who's producing that coal, that coil, to when we are constructing on site, who am I buying reinforcing steel from? For us, an approach like that is an approach that would be as disruptive as anything, and that will make sure that we increase the number of players even on the manufacturing side, because we are sitting with, again, an industry that's generating 200 billion a year, but of that, just over 70% goes to the material supply side, the plant hire. So when we are disrupting, we cannot only disrupt in the tail end. We've got to disrupt across the whole value chain. So we are pulling in, and inviting those on the call, and even outside the call, who have innovated or who have access, to technologies that we can actually bring into the country that could help fast track how we get water into people's homes. How do we generate, how do we use waste and convert that into energy, as an example, so that the homes that we build for the next generations are homes that are complete. I mean, it's a digital world, as an example. I know Gauteng has been piloting, classrooms that are IT ready. But what are we doing in the home front, in the home space? So these are conversations. We are pulling in IBT system owners. We're looking at partnering. This is a WBA initiative. It is not an AV South Africa initiative that will only focus on it, that is being offered by AV South Africa now. We are pulling in innovators from countrywide, and it becomes an opportunity for somebody that has innovated to actually scale up. For construction training providers, please do approach us. We are looking for partners that will make sure that the end goal of this is for us to create a pool of SMME suppliers, professionals, construction workforce, and service providers to increase domestic and export market trading activity. That's really what it is. We are talking to academia. It is, the fourth industrial revolution. The scope of training that is offered at universities, at TVETs, can no longer just be talking conventional construction in the sense we know it. So we're engaging to partner with them as well. And of course, then lastly, contractors. It is about workforce upskilling. It is about licensing. It is about contracting. Who is going to build who's going to design those 51 million homes? Who's going to engineer them? Who is going to build them? That is what this conversation is all about. Thank you so much for your attention. Really, really appreciate the opportunity.
Lebogang, you don't only give us homework, but you also bring solutions with that homework. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think when you talk about collaboration within the built environment and changing what we used to as a transformation and talking about economical transformation of women in our country, these are the discussions that we must be having at all engagement, that we empower women economically and we are measuring our economic impact. Thank you so much for that, Lebogang. And I think a lot of, on the chat, a lot of people are looking to participate and partner with you. We will share your details so that they can get in contact with you. We will move directly now to our next presentation. The presentation is titled The Why Project, the WHY Project, the significance of mentorship scheme and coaching in supporting the advancement of women in the built environment. It will be presented by Ms. Katie Rene, the architect and director of Concept Architecture.
Thank you.
Is the co-director of Concept Architecture and the founder of the Y Project. Concept is an architectural company that aims to be collaborative across disciplines and rooted in good design principle. Christy holds a BAS and a B.Arch from the University of Cape Town. She's passionate about supporting young Black women architecture in South Africa. When she learned that South Africa has only 271 registered Black women professionals, she went into action to establish the Y Project, a mentoring network to create support for women in architecture through the development of real reciprocal mentoring relationships. Her work aims to be a catalyst and support into ways individuals can contribute towards meaningful change. Please join me in welcoming Christy. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you so much, Prudence, and thank you to the CBE for this opportunity to talk about the work that we do at the Y Project. I feel a little bit intimidated after going after such amazing panelists and speakers. I was very inspired listening to those talks, so thank you so much. I especially enjoyed hearing Refilwe talk about the role of mentoring and what that played in her career journey. And I think it sets a great foundation, talking about what I'm going to be speaking about today, and that is the significance of mentorship and coaching in supporting the advancement of women in the built environment. And how it started, I am an architectural practitioner. So how did all of this start for me? It really started out of a series of conversations. I was having a coffee with a friend who started her own NGO project. And she's one of those people who you speak to and she really sets your soul on fire with excitement. And she was telling me that her and her partner had this goal to have 1,000 conversations before they actually launched their NPO. And this idea sparked something deep inside of me. And I started talking to people about what I saw in our industry, especially with regards to lack of transformation and women in our industry. And I started having conversations with friends, with colleagues, with friends who I studied with, different types of people, people in the built environment and also in other professions. And the seed of the Why Project really grew out of these collective conversations. And it was one evening where I just thought about, you know what, let's stop talking, let's start actually doing something. And I launched a free Wix website on the internet. And I had this idea about creating a mentorship network for women architects in South Africa. And within the next few weeks, I didn't do any type of formal marketing. All of this is volunteer-based. But within a few weeks, people started finding out more about this, reaching out to me, calling me, emailing me. And I started to understand for the first time the need for something like this and the importance of this conversations very much like what we're having here today. And I just want to thank CBE for this very important webinar and for just encouraging us all to have these very important conversations. So the Why Project is a small network. As I said, we all volunteer-based. And we don't do any kind of marketing, but every year we are a collective that keeps on growing. And it's based on relationship building, mentoring, and the creation of mutually beneficial relationships between women in the industry within different phases of our career. So the question for my talk that has been posed to me is, what is the significance of mentorship and coaching in supporting the advancement of women in the built environment? And how I aim to respond to this question is twofold. The first thing I want to address is, does representation really matter? And I would like to make a case for why I think representation matters, especially in the built environment, especially as spatial practitioners working in cities within South Africa, and why it needs a collective response. And the second thing I think we've heard a lot about today is, what is the actual concern? And then drawing those two ideas together is what I hope to make a case for the significance of mentoring to respond to those two ideas of representation and transformation. Now, with any talks around transformation and gender and color, there's some nuances and disclaimers I just want to talk about. The first is that it's very difficult not to generalize. So some of the statements or language will sound like a generalization, but that is the nature of it. Please know that it's not my intention to exclude anyone using certain language or words, but it's more of a tool. And then also statistics are also a tool. So stats look very black and white, but it doesn't speak of all the nuances in between. So it's also generalization in nature. You can go on to the next slide. All right, so first I'm going to talk about why I think representation matters in our industry in particular. So I want to start making my case by just pausing. We've heard a lot of information today, and I just want to ask you to imagine, to really let your imagination take you. And I want to ask you a question. Imagine a city that has been designed by the most marginalized members of our society. So I'm just going to let that question linger a little bit, and I'm going to repeat it because I really want you to think about it. Imagine a city that has been designed by the most marginalized members of our society. What would that city look like? Imagine how this could change the way that people moved, the transport system. Imagine the access from home to work opportunities, to education. Imagine what values would we place on things like safety, on inclusion. Imagine if the built environment was not simply about buildings or public spaces, but the way people are in them. So in South Africa, we are very, very all aware of the acute disparity between those who have and those who have not. Our post-apartheid inequitable city is the city that we find ourselves in. And I advocate that in these areas where resources of all kinds are very limited, these disparities become even more acute and affects especially our most vulnerable. Women and children, the elderly, the differently abled, to name but a few. It affects our safety, our movement, our income. And in our context, urban planning struggles to even keep up with the most basic human rights, let alone issues around gender inequality. You can change the slide. So I want to bring you to an example, and that is the city of Vienna. Very interestingly, if you want to read more about the city and how it was transformed by women, you can read about the city with a female face, how modern Vienna was shaped by women. So one of the first pilot projects that urban designers started thinking about was in the 1990s, and it was called gender mainstreaming. Since then, they've done thousands of little projects, essentially changing the face of the city. But there was a very simple questionnaire that was put out, and it led urban planners to rethink their whole approach to infrastructure development. And it was a simple question. The question was, they asked residents why and how they used public transport. And the results were very interesting, very striking, because men and women had very different responses. Men's typical route was very short and direct, often to and from work. However, women's responses were much more complex and varied. It included multiple trips a day on the train or on foot, dropping children off and from school, going to the doctor, getting groceries, visiting an older family member, and back to school again for pickup and work in between. And if I think about my mother, that was my mother's experience and my experience as a mother and as somebody who owns my own practice. So it raised this very interesting idea that infrastructure had a gendered aspect to it. And the way men and women used public transport was different. And as a result, the planners started to respond to the needs of women. So they started to add streetlights so that women felt safer walking at night. They started widening sidewalks to make it easier for mothers with children or moms pushing prams. And the result of this was that there was equal representation as special practitioners. And the result of all of this was it created a more equitable city and a safer city for all of its people. As a female architect, particularly a woman of color, I've experienced marginalization on a certain level. And instead of creating a why me language that disempowers, I believe that this gives us a unique point of view. There is a difference between sympathy and empathy, which I feel is a very powerful design tool. To quote the founder of an organization called the Urbanistas Women's Network, she says, "It gives you a little bit more sensitivity to what it might be like to have another vulnerability. Considerate is the word, because you can't include everyone in anything. Partly, this is down to physical differences, the experiences of being smaller or being pregnant or needing to breastfeed a baby or feeling unsafe after dark. Feeling marginalized professionally can also sharpen awareness of what life is like for other excluded groups, children and young people, the elderly, people with disabilities, to name but a few." You can change the slide. I believe that although the reach of a project such as the Y Project seems small, it's addressing the question to a much larger issue. My agenda is not to generalize or to glorify women or to blame men for all the problems we face as an unequitable city. But the question is really not would cities be different if they were designed by men rather than women. The question is rather, would cities be different if more voices were heard? And I think that yes, most certainly it would be. For me, this is why representation within the built environment and as spatial practitioners is so important. To quote the Spider-Man movie, with great power comes great responsibility. I truly believe that as spatial practitioners, we have great power. Cities are shaped or should be shaped by amazing architects, urban designers, planners, landscape architects, and engineers. And with this power comes responsibility. And we have a responsibility for this power to be informed by representation. You can change the slide. As spatial practitioners, we are the cog within a big wheel, and we understand how to hold space, how to coordinate, how to open channels for communication. And we have intrinsic skills that connect people. And I feel that this is why this conversation is so vital. This is why mentoring within our profession is so vital. I'm going to chat about the concern now. You can change the slide. And in my experience, I always felt like, especially as an architect, we're doing well with this whole idea of transformation. I see a lot of women around me, a lot of women of color. It was only when I did my professional exam in a room full of prospective architects, candidate architects, and I realized when I looked around the room that I was the only woman of color. And it really hit me. What is actually happening in our industry when it comes to transformation? And that sparked a personal interest for me in researching what our stats actually looked like. I came across a Huffington Post article in November 2017 entitled, "South African Architecture is Failing to Transform." And this article highlighted the low number of Black women architects as indicative of the lack of transformation in this historically male-dominated field, as well as in the construction industry as a whole. And this interesting article highlighted the factors influencing this lack of transformation, and it echoed deep within our collective response as the Y Project. So it highlighted issues like not getting into a firm that will nurture them, not having access to a network of work opportunities or mentorship opportunities, having to support extended family back home. In first year, there was even gender and demographical distribution in first year, but by the time you came to a master's level, this field thinned significantly. Having to pay off student debt, outweighing the vision of starting a business. Our regional institutes as a council, who should be at the forefront of this effort, are not. At school level, typically young Black women do not have access to the education stream required to study architecture. And we can go on and on and on about these issues that we have all encountered. SACAP itself recognizes the problem and has noted that statistics reflect an unacceptably low level of women in architecture, while the demographics of the small group of professionals highlights the extensive marginalization of previously disadvantaged individuals. So I started asking the question why, and that's where the Y Project stemmed from. Why do Black women in particular only make up less than 5% of the total number of registered architects in South Africa? That number really floored me. What struck me at the time, I was a part-time lecturer at UCT, and the architectural program had a very balanced representation. So the problem seemed to lie rather in retaining women in the profession. Another big thing for me that's missing is representation in practice ownership. So Black female-owned practice is the extreme exception to the norm, and this needs to change. You can go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide. I don't think Sean is hearing me. Okay. So I'll go on to why mentoring. Okay. Why mentoring? For me, it is my deep conviction that through the process of building relationships and mentoring, we can start to address the big transformation issues that face us. The Why Project for me, it came from asking the question why, but it's also an acronym for the words, we hear you. It is a space and a platform where we feel that our voices are heard because we commit to listen and support each other together as women. It is a collective that is organically growing and changing as we understand the challenges and what is needed to support women as we rise to overcome those challenges. Representation matters, and it's especially important for youth from underrepresented groups to see people that look like them doing great things and excelling. When you link this to the experience of real and reciprocal relationships, this becomes a powerful catalyst for change. Representation matters because it shapes how underrepresented groups are viewed and how people from those groups view themselves. Through mentoring, I believe that creating a safe, authentic space for both our mentors and mentees to celebrate their identity and explore their full potential, we can really begin to address the very real challenges facing us in a tangible and doable manner. So that's me. I think we lost my presentation, but I'm happy to end it there.
Thank you very much, Christy.
Thank you, Prudence.
We hear you. We hear you. I think this is a brilliant concept, and it resonates well in terms of the question that we always ask, why? And to transform that question into a positive spin to it. We hear you. I think one of the things you've mentioned is that if we take mentorship to another level, that's how we can see the change in the transformation, rather than just monitoring and not taking the responsibility upon us, because with great power comes great responsibility. And I must acknowledge as well, I see on the chat that your dad is also here to support you, and that's an example of what men should do when they support their girl child in their careers and not participating and seeing the growth through them. So thank you, Trevor, for your attendance as well. We will move over to the next presentation. I acknowledge that we have been sitting for quite a while. We will take a break after this presentation. Our next topic is on how economic, gender, and procurement policies can advance the empowerment of women in the built environment profession. It will be presented by Dr. Alison Anthony, Senior Lecturer at the University of South Africa. Dr. Alison Anthony, can I just check? I hear feedback.
Hi.
Maybe Dr. Anthony, if you can just mute for the introduction. Please mute, thank you. Dr. Alison Anthony is a senior lecturer in public procurement law at the University of South Africa and the Deputy Director of African Procurement Law Unit in Stellenbosch University. She is also an admitted attorney of High Court of South Africa. She specializes in construction procurement law, general public procurement law, and administrative law. She published the first book in construction procurement law in 2021, as well as numerous journal articles and book chapters on these topics. She has trained public officials in South Africa on public procurement matters and teaches the infrastructure procurement law course in the LLM and postgraduate diploma in public procurement regulation and policy based at the University of Stellenbosch. We welcome you, Dr. Anthony. Thank you, and for availing yourself. I know you are in a different country. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the absolute honor and privilege to be able to chat to you today about some of my work. It's a topic that I'm incredibly passionate about and have been researching in detail. So I'm happy to share some of my thoughts with you today. I'm going to try to share my screen. And if you can just let me know whether you can view it. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right. So I wanted to look at the topic on the program is quite broad, and I wanted to make it or define it a little bit more and look at how women's rights can be advanced further through the use of infrastructure procurement law, specifically in South Africa. But let's just first have a look at why this is necessary at all. Now, there are a couple of reasons why. Of course, we know, the struggles that we go through as women, the challenges we have, but there are very specific reasons related to infrastructure that women go through and that we need to pay attention to. I think there are 3 or 4 that I will just quickly go through. Firstly, in terms of poverty, unemployment, and economic empowerment, women are 25% more likely to be in extreme poverty. And this was research. So some of the statistics that I'll be quoting today are from the OECD or the UN. Poverty, as we know, exacerbates gender inequality and obviously negatively affects empowerment. We know about the unequal income generation and labor opportunities, and that women have lower decision-making power, both in the workplace and at home. We know that rural and migrant women are a lot more vulnerable. There's inequitable access to basic services and resources, and the largest share of unemployment due to COVID-19 actually belongs to females. Globally, the unemployment rate is actually higher for women than it is for men. Then when it comes to safety and well-being challenges that Kirsty mentioned earlier, women have a higher mortality rate due to unsafe water, sanitation, hygiene concerns. There's also a lack of women-centered needs with regard to pregnancy, birth services, menstrual hygiene from an infrastructure perspective. Rural women are exposed to higher levels of air pollution. If you think about the long distances some women need to walk to access water, the wood and the coal they're burning for heating and cooking purposes. We also suffer from much higher levels of gender-based violence and harassment. And this is an acronym or an abbreviation used by the OECD, which I like very much and that I think we should adopt in South Africa, because we refer to it only as GBV, gender-based violence, but the OECD uses GBVH, which is gender-based violence and harassment. Because I find that often as a woman in the workplace, when there is anything like sexual harassment or any kind of harassment, we feel that that doesn't fall under gender-based violence, but it does. It's just not a physical, it may not be a physical form of violence. It could be emotional, economic, psychological damage. So I really like this GBVH abbreviation. Then also with regard to political empowerment challenges, we know that women are underrepresented when it comes to decision-making in the field of politics. Now, why can infrastructure specifically play a large role? Infrastructure can address many of these needs, right? We could have access to better and safer sanitation, greater availability of transport, well-lit bathrooms and public transport areas, highlighting or lighting your bus stops, taxi ranks a lot better, and providing access to information technology. There is research and statistics available that show that women have a lot less access to information technology, and this is a barrier, especially in women gaining access to the workplace. So this is something that we need to address as well, and something that can be done through infrastructure. Now, we've looked at the challenges that women face and the role that infrastructure can play. But now, why should this be in the procurement space specifically? Well, as we know, most infrastructure is acquired by way of public procurement in South Africa, and procurement actually consists of almost 22% of a country's GDP, especially a developing country. There's also very high public spend in public procurement, and therefore there's a great public interest. So I think procurement is really an ideal area that we can use and hone for the development of infrastructure, and using infrastructure procurement as a means to advance the needs and the rights and the voices of women. But now, specifically, how can we do this? Now, when it comes to the solutions to this problem, I'll be dealing with it in two different ways and highlighting things that we can literally go away from today and go and implement in our workplaces or at home, and those longer term solutions that will take a little bit of time. I always find that when we face such big problems such as this, we often feel a little despondent or a little less hopeful. I don't want to say hopeless, but a little less hopeful when we walk away, and it feels a little heavy because this is a big challenge that we have, and it feels like we are years away from achieving what we want to achieve. And that is why I make a specific distinction between solutions we can implement now, because there are tangible ones that we can implement now, and those that will take a little bit of time. Now, let's look very broadly at how women's rights can be advanced through infrastructure procurement. Of course, the most obvious one is stakeholder engagement, engaging with end users of a product. Now, I presented this research during August for Women's Day as well, and it's actually a research project that I've got between myself and the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C., and also International Budget Partnership, the South African chapter of the NGO. And we looked specifically at the provision of infrastructure, because IBP is on the ground with these issues. They speak to the women, they know what their needs are, and we are building sort of a blueprint for how infrastructure procurement can effectively be used for the advancement of women's rights, especially rural women. And we use the example of access to toilets, your basic hygiene rights, the right to a safe environment, and the role that even just something as simple as stakeholder engagement can do for advancing women's rights. And that speaks to Kirsty's point earlier as well. Hearing women, simply letting women feel that they are being heard and being included in the procurement of goods, services, infrastructure that they will be using at the end of the day. The second point speaks to involving women in the creation of specifications. Now, public procurement, I should have perhaps said this at the beginning of my presentation, but public procurement, as we know, is your tender system in South Africa. It's where the government identifies that it has a specific need, and it draws up specific requirements for the things, the goods, the services, the infrastructure that they need. It's advertised. Private businesses submit their offers as to how and to what extent they can provide the goods, works, or services, and a tender process or whichever appropriate procurement procedure is then used to evaluate which offer is the best one, and the best offer, either price-wise and preference-wise, is then awarded to the successful bidder. And it is my contention that women should be involved from the beginning of the process, from where the government identifies that there is a need in a specific area or specific need of goods, services, or infrastructure, asking women what is the specific need, how do they want the good services or infrastructure to be centered around them, and how can it provide for their needs and vindicate their rights. Then I believe that women should be at the table where the specifications are being created. Often, and we know that the construction industry, the built environment is a male-dominated area, and this is something that we need to fix. We need to have more women in the boardroom, and we need to have more women and more women from the public and the end users involved in creating the specifications of the things that are being procured. Naturally, there need to be more women in the decision making to make these decisions have a better gender lens. There needs to be an increased number of women in the procurement and infrastructure space. The construction industry, I think, is probably one of the leaders in South Africa in women empowerment. Currently, however, there are only 30% of construction workers that are women. And I mean construction workers as in everybody, professionals included. And if you look at just the gender statistics in South Africa, the education statistics, if you go to universities and colleges and FET colleges, there are more women than men. But why is it that there are still more men than women in the workplace and in these jobs where important decisions are being made? So this is something that needs to be corrected, and I'll look at in a moment at how we can do this effectively and in the short term. Then only 25% of contracts are awarded to women-owned businesses. Now, generally, for statistics, I suppose 25% is a great number, especially when you think that there aren't that many women-owned businesses, but the number is still too little. It has actually been reported by the UN that based on South Africa's statistics and the work that we're doing on gender equality, it's going to take us 98 years to reach equality. That's 100 years from now. And that number is too high. We need to make that shorter or smaller. Now, what are things that we can achieve immediately when we walk away today? Firstly, involving women stakeholders in the tender processes by consulting them on the needs, excuse me, in the end product or service. This is in your pre-tender stage. There is nothing preventing organs of state from leaving the seminar today and involving women and saying, women that are the end users of the product being procured, what are your needs? This can be especially easily done at local government level, where the legal framework provides for stakeholder engagement between municipalities and members of the public. Engage women in the creation of specifications of a product or a service. That is something that can be done. There is nothing in the law preventing organs of state from engaging women and engaging end users in the creation of specifications. Monitoring of gender responsive and inclusive procurement. Data tracking. Now, data tracking in procurement is appalling in South Africa, but especially when it comes to gender responsive and inclusive procurement. We have no statistics at this point, no accurate statistics as to how many women are accurately involved in the public procurement space in South Africa. The extent to which contracts are awarded to them, the type of contracts that are awarded, and how that can be improved. So data tracking, monitoring, and evaluation is an extremely important tool we need to employ seriously in trying to correct the challenges that we have. We can't set goals if we don't know what the situation is at the moment. So this is something that all organs of state can apply today already, is having data systems, because we all have data systems already, or creating it can be easily created. We have the capacity, the ICT capacity in South Africa, to merely ask our contractors or tenderers, bidders, how many women are employed in your company? How many women owners are there? And recording that in a space that is specifically for the purpose of tracking how women are involved in the public procurement process. Then making tender documentation more accessible. In South America, for example, well, the world over, but South America is really a leader, in my opinion, in how they're dealing with gender responsive procurement. They have made tender documentation a lot more accessible. So there have been studies that have shown that one of the reasons why women are hesitant to become involved in the public procurement process is because the tender documentation is not accessible. The ordinary person cannot make heads or tails of what is going on in tender documentation. I've been in the tender space for about 10 years now, and I struggle sometimes to figure out what exactly is going on. So it needs to be made more accessible. There need to be either workshops or some form of training for all tenderers, including women, to go through the documentation and make sure that everybody understands what is expected, to avoid having non-responsive tenders and wasting administrative time on the part of the organ of state by having to go through non-responsive tenders. So that is something that can help the gender responsive procurement process greatly as well. Social inclusion meetings is something that's currently being done in Chile, Peru, Mexico as well. And there are so many lessons that we can take from the Latin American experience. And we are busy writing the paper on all of this, and all that information will be in there, because I think sometimes we think of ourselves as a developing country and we focus too much on the challenges, but we actually have a lot of resources that can be used in South Africa. And we can take the example from South America, which consists of developing countries as well, but they have really committed to the advancement of women's rights through public procurement and infrastructure procurement specifically, and we can take quite a number of lessons there as well. So there needs to be, I think I've mentioned this, the improved data collection of women-owned businesses, their products, the services, include them in procurement databases. Why not have a separate database for the data on women and women contractors? Include them in SEM policies. Women in the workspace, and very importantly, training for officials on gender sensitivities and how to implement gender responsive procurement measures. It's no point in having grand rules and comprehensive policies if the people who need to implement them don't understand why it's necessary. So we need to have gender sensitivities. You know, I always say that when it comes to sensitive issues like gender and race, it's difficult to understand it if you are not in that position and if you haven't experienced discrimination based on a certain ground. So sometimes it is difficult for one person to understand the discrimination of a next person if they're not in the same position. And that is why training of our officials who may not be subject to this kind of discrimination, but also just to inform everybody why it's necessary. Women themselves, I think sometimes we can be our own biggest enemies, because we live in such a male-dominated world that we try to keep up with the boys' club, which is not what I think we should be doing. Sometime last year, I actually did some research with a colleague of mine on the extent to which women-owned businesses are involved and extent to which they procure in the South African space. And that report you can find on the Open Contracting Partnership website. It's dated 2021. And we interviewed some female public officials, and they themselves were very flippant and dismissive about why we should advance women's rights through public procurement. So I think training would not be applicable to men only, but women as well, to understand how important this is and how important it is for the future of South Africa and the women females in South Africa. Okay, we'll go over to the next slide. Now let's look at the long-term, the longer term, but achievable solutions that we have. So at the moment, South Africa is going through a reform process when it comes to public procurement. And the public procurement bill was first published, I think the first draft was in February 2020, and they're earnestly trying to write the second draft. So this is actually a really apt period for these types of conversations to be had so that the legislature is aware of the needs out there and how these can be incorporated into the public procurement bill. So currently only 29% of OECD countries even have long-term gender responsive infrastructure plans. That's less than a third. Less than a third countries of OECD countries rather have plans to advance women's rights over the long term. And South Africa is not one of them. So we need to correct that urgently. What we can do where procurement is concerned is we can provide grounds for the exclusion of contractors based on the lack of inclusion of women in contracting businesses. So what I'm saying is that we should use as a ground of excluding contractors from the procurement process where they lack involvement of women in their businesses. So this is obviously something we cannot do right now. Contractors need to be given an opportunity to include women in their businesses so that when a requirement comes that they haven't included it, it can be a legitimate ground for their exclusion from the procurement process. There need to be grounds for exclusion on lack of equal pay implementation. Now, in countries such as Iceland and Sweden, there is actually equal pay legislation. And I'm advocating that there should be a requirement in the procurement process that contractors demonstrate that they have equal pay in their businesses between men and women. In fact, this is already being done in Europe, where contractors need to submit documents which show that there is equal pay, and if they don't, they cannot be part of the public procurement process. So that is a way that we can also ensure gender equality and economic empowerment of women. There should be a qualification incentive for empowerment of women in contractor business. Now, what does that mean? Before you start your tender process, there is the qualification period or qualification stage of the tender process, where contractors submit their offers, and only those who pass the requirements of that first stage get to submit either further offers or get to have their tender offers evaluated for the award of the contract. So empowerment of women by contractors should be a qualification incentive. It should be something that contractors get points for in order to further them in the procurement process. They should, by the same token, there should also be qualification incentive for women-owned or women-led subcontractors. I think we're focusing too much on women-owned businesses. The challenges are too many still for women to be, for enough women to be owners of businesses. We know that there are challenges such as access to finance, access to infrastructure. There's time poverty based on domestic duties, children responsibility. That is the type of thing that we need to address as well, and need to make equalize, as I like to say, between men and women. So that's why I include not only women-owned subcontractors, but women-led subcontractors as well, because that is leadership skill development of women in the businesses for them to become women-owned or women who own their businesses. Then there should be documentary proof of gender-based needs assessments prior to the publication of tender advertisement, as is done in the case of Canada. So contractors, I'm suggesting and advocating that contractors should provide documentary proof that a needs assessment has been done where the needs of women have been taken into account before tender advertisement and perhaps even after tender advertisement as well. And this is a requirement, and where this is absent in Canada, it is a ground on which contractors can be excluded from the public procurement process. Interestingly enough, in Colombia, for example, single mom households form a set aside in the public procurement process in Colombia. This means that a certain number, certain percentage of government contracts are set aside for single mom households. And this has proven to be extremely successful. We have many, many, many single mom households in South Africa, and I think that this is definitely something that we can look into implementing over the long term. I've already mentioned the issue of equal pay legislation, which I feel very strongly about. And there is really no reason why we cannot implement this, because the electronic tool being used in Europe is called Logib. It is a system where businesses log on to check what should people be paid in their business. And this is obviously an indication for them to compare what the women and men are being paid in their businesses in order to bridge that economic gap between men and women. And this application, as far as I know, is free. So we are able to use this for our contractors and businesses to see what they should be paying their employees. Then there should be mandatory policies for GBVH protection in workplaces. In other words, contractors and businesses should show we have policies for gender-based violence and harassment in our business, and which makes it an environment in which women can be safe, which have a no tolerance policy for any kind of gender-based violence and harassment, of course, including sexual harassment in the workplace. Then we need improved data collection and reporting, as I've mentioned. In Mexico, very interestingly, there's something called social witnesses, where members of the public actually witness whether a public procurement process has been adhered to or not. They permit, or they submit a report at the end of the procurement process to show whether the rules of the procurement process were followed and whether what was procured was actually what was delivered. So naturally, a very big thing we need to do, we know that we need to rebuild our transport systems in South Africa to make it a lot more accessible and a lot safer. And there needs to be female policy and decision makers. I know that my time is running out. This is my last slide. Then evaluating contractors' contributions to gender equality. In other words, they need to show contractors, when they want to contract with the government, need to show the number of women they're employed, their zero tolerance GBVH policies, how they are training, empowering women in their businesses, and gender sensitive recruitment policies. They need to show how their recruitment policies are gender sensitive, or how they have displayed a gender lens in recruiting employees. Now, all of this can be done in the PPPFA, the Public Procurement Policy Framework Act, can be included in there, or under the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Scorecard, in my view. There could also be extra points in the procurement system for women-owned businesses, which are called compliance points, which is currently being done abroad in both Latin America and Europe. In other words, contractors need to show how they are empowering women, and this is evaluated as compliance points. In other words, to what extent have they complied with an equal or gender responsive procurement process. And lastly, it could be used as a criteria for tiebreaker between two contractors. At the moment, in terms of the PPPFA legislation, the tiebreaker is for preferencing. So where two contractors have achieved the same price points or quality points. What will make an organ of state decide who the contract should go to is preferencing. And I'm advocating that instead of preferencing as a whole, it should be the gender responsive procurement measures that could be the tiebreaker between two contractors. So this is just an overview of my research currently, and I would welcome any questions or comments. I'll try to answer as many of them in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony, for the presentation. And I think when you're presenting from a legal perspective, then and supporting this, it brings us back to the question that most of these policies and legislation in South Africa, it's there, but the implementation has been one of the issues that we always lag around. And the issue of saying we need to warn the industry. I think lawyers want documentation and the warning, but I'm asking myself, in 2022, how much then warning are we still talking about to give to the industry? And the issue of us still talking about the same issues that were then put in policies in place in 1994, and we're still saying, warn the industry, show us evidence. Don't we have the data in South Africa?
Yes. Yeah, that is definitely a problem. I mean, when it comes to data collection, is a problem in public procurement in general, but especially when it comes to gender issues. And like I said, we have the infrastructure, we have the ICT capacity. There's no reason why it shouldn't be done.
I think that's where we then need to engage the government in terms of how do we then unlock, but maybe the industry is the one that are implementing because the policies are there. Okay, I think now it's 12:57. We have been sitting for quite a long time. May I propose that we take a break and we come back to then have questions and answer session with all the panel members joining us for that discussion. Dr. Anthony, I'm not sure if it will allow for your time that you can come back and then we take questions from all the audience. It is now 12:57. May I request that we be back at 13:05, please, a nature break, please. Thank you. Greetings to everyone once more. It is now 5 past. I think we can then continue. And okay, I would like to welcome back all our presenters and also introduce the Vice Chair of the CBE Council, Mema Pifo, to the panel discussion as well. Mema Pifo, well, you are welcome. And may you please switch on your camera as well to participate with in the panel discussion. Okay. So during this session, I will take questions that have been posted on the chat, and I will also allow for taking of questions as well from the participant to make this more interactive. Let me maybe kickstart from the setting of the scene where the Deputy Minister gave us a challenge, and when she started, she quoted Oprah Winfrey as an example of those women that have broken the ceiling. And I found it interesting to say, from a South African perspective, if we were to have those examples and share those, do we do that? And do we show and profile women within the CBE environment that have been able to break the ceiling and showcase that? Because it's one of the things that we, in order to promote women, that we have to increase our visibility. But do we do that? And what platforms do we need to create in order to showcase women and women that are doing well? There's lots of work that has been presented today in terms of initiatives that involve women and where women can participate. But how good are we in setting up those platforms so that we can showcase those? Any views from the panel members? Let me start with you, Lebora.
Oh, okay, I'm not quite sure why am I the first one, but yeah, it's a difficult question, Prudence, in that, you know, for us as women, we continuously find ourselves having to navigate different spaces and different challenges. But having said that, and while we continuously, I mean, when the home front, you navigate hubby, you navigate your son, your partner. In the business life, you navigate your workers. In the business space, you are navigating, you know, having to continuously prove yourself, you know, and navigate spaces of your customers, you know, how you are perceived. The minute you still walk into a room, in any conference, in any meeting, you know, you're looked at as a woman. And of course, the thinking is, I wonder, you know, there's always that I wonder moment. You know, so the first few minutes of you engaging is you proving, you know, proving yourself that you are worthy of being in that table. That number one. Now, this is before you even get into the content. I think we just as women have to continuously walk our paths the best possibly where we can. I think it becomes important, you know, drawing strength from that particular quote to say, just keep walking your path and walking it with pride, really. You know, focus on what you know, let alone what the perceptions or the body language with messages that they're sending. In that way, we will not find ourselves being dragged down, you know, into a path that will not really move the country forward, move ourselves as people forward, nor move the country forward, yeah.
Prudence, I think you're on mute.
Yes,
I'm
Dr.
lip-reading.
Anthony.
I think
Yes.
I saw Alison.
Yes. Dr. Anthony, then what is your view in terms of, from a legal perspective? You have mentioned the policies, environment enabling, but how do we take these things as action and take them going out to say, these are actions that we need to go back to the minister's office. We need to go back as CBE to the councils and action some of these things.
Yeah, well, firstly, if I can refer to the immediately implementable issues, those are things we can take back. Each and every one of us can take back to our employment, into our workplaces, set up a meeting and say, let's brainstorm about how we can include women in the way we do our business, in the way we recruit, in the way we do our interviewing, in the way we remunerate. So those are things, it's all empowerment of women at the end of the day. How many women are in our boardroom? How many women do we promote every year? How many women do we include in important projects in our construction environment, for example? Then I think a very important thing that we need to do, and something that I've really enjoyed about learning here in the US, is the camaraderie between women. I think it's a problem in South Africa. We don't lift each other up enough in South Africa. We try to break each other down for some reason, and we need to stop that. So we need to start supporting each other genuinely. We need to start lifting each other up as women. The mentoring will come automatically from that. We don't need laws that will force people to mentor, because mentoring cannot be a forceful thing. Where there is camaraderie, where there is genuine care and uplifting of one another, the mentoring becomes automatic, as I've said. And we need to showcase the achievements of women in our workplace. Sometimes that's why I say gender sensitivity training is so important, because men do it without realizing it, because it's not their experience, it's not their reality that that they have these challenges, and it's not their reality that you know, they have to break through many more barriers than women do. I'll give you an example. I've been, and this is not to name and shame anybody, but I've been to a couple of the CIDP stakeholder engagements, and I would say something in the meeting and there would be complete silence. A minute later, a man puts up his hand and says exactly the same thing, and it's a revelation. This happens in every boardroom, ladies. You know this. You know this. That needs to change. And I'm calling it as it is, because that is what we need. We need to put up the mirror. We need to start putting up the mirror as women and as South Africa, and stop saying that this doesn't happen here. It happens all the time, all the time. So I think that is something that we need to start doing, and we need to start showcasing, like I said, the achievement of women in our jobs. If a woman has achieved something, put it up, advertise it. Why does it need to be on the down low? Why is it that on LinkedIn I see I have achieved this, I am proud to announce I've done this? 9 out of 10 times it's the men. And we as women need to also work on our own confidence to put ourselves out there, because we've been taught and shown to be humble. There's a difference between being arrogant and being proud. So and claiming your space. So that is something we need to do as women as well. And it comes from the oppression, it comes from the discrimination against women. So there are these simple things that we can start doing ourselves, that we can start doing in our workplaces as well. And then from a legal perspective, we at this, I'm Deputy Director as the African Procurement Law Unit, as you stated earlier, and we are a research and a training unit. So we try to go out, and where a need is identified, or where we're approached, we provide the training. We've done it with the Public Protector's Office. We've done it with National Treasury. We've done it with many other departments that come and say, you know, we need some kind of training on public procurement. And we are more than willing to do this with gender responsive procurement. So where that is, the need is there, Deputy Minister, contact us. We are available, ready, available, eager and willing to do that. Use us. That's what we're there for. So that sensitivity training is incredibly important, and I think should be the first step in any of the initiatives for gender responsive procurement in South Africa. And then, of course, legally, we are feeding all this information to the legislature for the real laws to be changed. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. I think from the CBE side, let's take that as an action to the minister to facilitate that training for the CBE councils. The second action that we'll take from the CBE is to action the the profiling, even on the website, of programs that are done and owned by women on CBE and also on all councils of CBE. I see on the chat box, we've got a comment from Constance that says, my comment is that there should be strict policies that no contract will be issued if no woman is included. Also, there should be government construction work allocated for women business. I think those are some of the things that we should consolidate in the feedback that we give back to the Deputy Minister from the conversation that she started with in today, and say, what are we going to do about it? But those small wins that you have shared, that the CBE can take forward and implement with all the councils. Show profiling is the easiest one to quickly win, and the training as well. I think, Kirsty, then from your side as well, is to look into how we then turn the why, use the why program, mentorship, in order to target specific training for business owned and increasing participation economically of women in this. I think, yes.
So the Why project was very much a bottom-up approach. I think because of the lack of action happening from the top down, we kind of took it upon ourselves to do something. And I think that especially women in the industry, we are craving other avenues or something to do that's simple, doable, can fit into our very busy schedules, and can be something that's making a real difference where we're giving back. Women who are studying, who are in their career journey, they are craving access to these women that they see as women being on pedestals. So I, crave to sit with these people that I looked up to, amazing architects of color. I wanted to sit with them. I wanted to ask them questions. I wanted to have coffee with them. And what mentoring does is it provides access, and it kind of it's accessibility. It's relational. It's doable. And so I think that it doesn't have to be, as Alison said, this whole program with red tape, with, all of these things. It actually needs to happen organically. And when it happens organically, it's real. It really makes a difference. It's that being able to send a WhatsApp message to somebody and that person to be excited to get the message and respond and help and extend their networks. I think that's a very important thing. Access to network opportunities is missing. As you said, my dad's on this webinar as well. As a child of an architect, a second generation architect, I had immediate access into his network. And a lot of young female architects or people in the built environment don't have access to those networks. And what mentoring does, it provides that immediate access to networks. So there's so many exciting, real tangible things that come out of this idea of mentoring. And I think it doesn't need to be that the Why Project becomes this national program that not everybody adopts. But I think that if people get excited about that idea and excited about actually doing something, excited about actually sharing their life with another person, I think that's what needs to happen. Something organic, exciting, and that's where real transformation lies for me. that is not a tick box exercise, because those don't work.
Exactly.
Actually a
No,
culture. It's a culture
Yeah.
that is that's created in a workplace. You know, if the culture on
Yeah.
the top is corrupt, then it trickles down
Yeah.
to the bottom. So if the culture at the top with the leaders is that we help each other, we lift each other up, that will trickle down to the bottom.
Definitely.
yes. One of the questions that was asked, I think, is for you, Lebogang, is how do we get involved in the youth involved in the IBT incubation hub?
Okay, so let me firstly say to Kirsty, we would, part of the working groups we have within BRICS WBA is a working group focused on skills development. Specifically, we would like to invite your company, particularly on the Y project, for possibilities of collaboration and you forming part of that particular working group. And in response to thank you so much. In response to the question that was asked, how do we get involved? The industrialization and strategic localization working group is actually driving the construction bears the capacity development program. So what we will share, share through CBE are contact details of the chair of that particular working group, who is also a practitioner in the space. And of course, I'll share my details as well. At any given point, we have come up and we've said, look, we're inviting more partners in delivery because we do not believe an approach like this, is an approach that can only be driven by 6 or 7 companies. So we need more partners. We want to make sure that the impact is exactly what we've envisaged and the objectives we set for ourselves. So yeah, we'll share our contact details. It is starting in the Free State, but we've got every intentions of, other than what Christy said, we've got every intentions of nationalizing it. For us, it is creating that pool, that army of capable entrepreneurs that will take up those international markets. For us, that's the critical component. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And what you have just done, it's a good example of what network and open network really is, because when we create these platforms to share, we're now creating partnerships, we're now creating an environment where information can be shared. One of the other questions that was asked was it is quite challenging for the unemployment to pay for professional registration fees. And the professional registration fees are becoming increasingly high, and some where the organizations are not paying, that are not affording those. And I think this one should be targeted more towards the CBE to take up with the councils and find out how we can then look into the issue of fees, making fees and discount when necessary, maybe on those that are unemployed, because the important thing is to ensure that we increase professional accountability through registration, and that also gives us credibility to our work as well as professionals. Let me open the floor to take 1 or 2 questions. If you have questions for our panel, please, you can raise your hand. I will start with Maureen. Maureen, thank you. Maureen, can I just confirm? Sean, please unmute Maureen. Maureen, please unmute. You can now speak. Maureen, yes, thank you, Maureen.
Good day, ladies. Actually, I don't have a question to ask. I just need Dr. Allison to share the slides. And to Lebogang, I don't know how this is going to be done. Partnership. Women are really struggling in Gauteng specifically when it comes to partnership in construction. We are being sidelined left and right. And another thing regarding construction, Kirsty was talking about the way the urban areas are being structured. In Ekurhuleni, it's a pity. It's full of, they are formalizing informal settlements. There is land, we can't get land to build and resolve the problem of human settlement. They will tell you it's for the council, it's not for land use, it's for this. And people are building shacks almost every day. And it costs drainage system because the bulk of service in that place probably is not meant for extra units. So when we request land to build more units to help the human settlement with housing, that is not done. There's a problem in Gauteng, especially Ekurhuleni. If that can be addressed, how? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take note of those comments, and from the CB side, we'll try and get all the responses from the ministry as well in terms of this question. Thank you. Maureen, Constance? Can we please unmute Constance? Constance, you can now speak. Constance, you can now speak.
Prudence, I was just going to say, while Constance is trying to unmute herself, in relation to what Maureen said, I feel it's important that one does flag exactly how the construction bears capacity development program is structured. It's got two components to it. There's many technologies in the country, both in the building space and in other areas within the sector. There's that theoretical component to it, the entrepreneurship and the how-tos of each technology. However, there is also then the second leg, which is the practical learning to it. Agroma South Africa says to us as system owners, you can license a contractor to build with your technology on condition that that contractor has been trained and the training is on fit for purpose, which means, if you were training them on building a house, it's going to be from start to finish, that they know the ins and the outs of that technology from start to finish. Now we've brought the practical component to it on the basis that we don't want to be building walls that will stand in random places. We are linking the program itself with actual service delivery and hence the involvement of human settlement to say in those specific areas, Free State identified, they've decided, they've resolved to link the practical part of this training with your blocked projects as an example, because block projects is a problem that, the department is sitting with. So in this case, you are saying, come contractors, be part of this training. In the practical training side of it, you will be the ones actually building those houses, and therefore you are the ones paid to provide that service. That's a significant differentiator that we've brought into that particular program. So for people not to just be getting stipends, but for the businesses to actually generate income while they are in training mode.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Constance, Constance, please unmute. Can we then take Dumiso? Okay, Constance, you can go ahead.
Yes, my point is that as women business, we still struggling with the CIBD level. We remain in lower levels because we're not getting government opportunities. For us to be renewing this subscription every year and there is no guarantee that you'll get a job from government, it's frustrating. I have built privately, but I haven't got, since 2009, I haven't had anything from government. So as women need to be empowered, but it has to be practical because now we do it theory, but we are not given opportunity in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a crucial point that you are raising. And also when we say let's create a platform to showcase the capability of women and where they are not getting work, let's raise it to the minister. I think our council chairperson and DPT have got a direct link to the ministers. Let's use those platforms to share and see if we can bring up the numbers of participation from women's side. Tumiso?
Good afternoon, ladies. I don't know, am I audible?
Yes, you are. And also say gentlemen are also in attendance.
Oh, apologies, gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, my name is Tumiso. I'm actually an SCM manager and I have been in the procurement field for I think around 19 years now. And one thing I have definitely picked up is that, you know, women-owned entities, especially in the construction sector, they are treated totally different from men-owned entities. And I can tell you one thing for sure. I know the construction sector is male dominant. And men-owned entities have their own flaws. I can tell you about an experience I had recently where a woman-owned entity was appointed in the construction field and they made a slight mistake that anyone can make and their contract is suspended. At the same time, we have a male-owned entity. They are making a whole lot of mistakes. They're given warning after warning, warning after warning. Their contract is not cancelled. So I feel like men-owned entities, they're held by the hand like this. I think it's simply because most of the CEOs are males or what, I'm not quite sure. But if you look at the quality that you are getting from both parties, it's more or less the same, but the women, they need to work 10 times harder than what men, how men are working. And I find that very unfair. I'm in the construction sector, by the way. And we are in the sector where we're supposed to be capacitating women-owned entities because they are very scarce. But we are not doing that. We want to find a slight mistake that they can make so that we can get them off the project and then give it to our male counterparts. And how are we expecting these female-owned entities to grow? They will hardly reach CIDB level 9. It will never happen. If we don't give them a chance, they will remain on an entry level, which is a CIDB level 1. They will not get a chance to grow. And secondly, I don't know if the deputy minister will be able to assist with what I'm going to ask. We need to work on the triple PFA. Currently, it does not favor women. They need to change it. Like I look at those pre-qualification criteria where they're saying you can subcontract women. They're not saying must, number one. It says you may, meaning that if you want, you can. If you don't want, you don't want. That on its own, it's a big problem. So if they look at the sectors like construction and IT that are mostly from what I can observe, they are male dominant. They need to make sure they put a word must. If you're getting a contract of this magnitude, you must subcontract a female-owned entities for this percentage. That is the only way that women-owned entities can grow. And I can tell you there are those lucky women-owned entities that have actually grown. I'm not sure how, but they managed to grow, but they are not even getting the recognition they're supposed to be getting. So we need to work on our triple PFA. That must change to make sure that we are able to capacitate women-owned entities. Secondly, CIDB on their own, they also need to make an option when you, like for example, let's say we want to go out on a tender. I can go on CIDB and select be able to select the way I could do with CSD. On CSD right now, we can go in and select and say you want a female-owned entities. Let's say you want to buy whatever, bricks. You go, you select female-owned entities in Midrand, then it will give you female-owned entities. Then you send to those. Then you know definitely you are going to appoint a female-owned entity. So same applies to CIDB. They need to have a tab where you can only go in and select female-owned entities so that we can also give them an opportunity to be capacitated and to grow. Because honestly, at this point in time, female-owned entities, we are failing them as government. We are failing them, and even how the BEE thing is done, it's not even assisting. So that was just my input on this.
Okay.
And my
Thank
request.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tumiso. Let me, Dr. Anthony, would you like to comment?
Yeah, Tumiso, you make very good points. This is why I'm saying that the sensitivity training is so important. You know, a lot of male owned businesses are not even aware of this because the intention may not be there to discriminate, but because it's been a practice over many years, this is how it's been done all these years. And because you don't always realize when you're discriminating, that's why the sensitivity training is so important. There are sometimes, there is expressed discrimination, of course. Even in the research I did last year when we interviewed women in the procurement space, they did say that they just don't get, as subcontractors, they just simply don't get the work when the main contractor is male-owned or male-led. There is a perception that women-owned businesses are less capable. It's a perception, it's a psychological thing that can only change with conversation. So that conversation needs to be had. We need to be made aware of our own limitations and our own prejudices that you might not even be fully aware are there. And then there needs to be consequence management for where there is express and intentional discrimination. It needs to be curbed in some way. And you're very right in saying that the law needs to change. Gender responsive procurement shouldn't be an option. It should be obligatory. So that little word may needs to change to must. And that's what we're trying to feed through to the legislature in the new public procurement bill, because that's where the triple PFA will be subsumed. It will be included in the new bill, so that the wording, it's very, very important, should go from it being an option to being obligatory. It's also why many municipalities last year told us, well, there's no law that mandates us to do this, so why would we? Why would we take the chance of the AG saying we're non-compliant because we're spending money on things that's not mandatory? It will be seen as over expenditure or whatever. People don't want qualified audits, which I understand, but we also then need to sensitize the AG to such things as well. So it's not just the contractors, but it's very much government as well. So it's going to be a collaborative attempt in providing a gender lens to all legislation, actually, if you think about it, not just construction-based, not just procurement-based. That's just my specific area, but all legislation, and that's what's being done in Europe. There's actually an equity institute that makes sure that all legislation that goes through Europe is done through a gender lens to make sure that men and women are treated equally. And that lies within the purview of the Department of Women, Children, and Disabilities. I know that they are doing good work at the moment. Just on Friday, there was a sexual harassment legislation that was passed, or a bill that was published. So work is being done, but of course the wheels of change are too slow. We need to work faster.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Gugulethu. You may unmute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone and all the partners that have put together this event, and thanks for the invite. It's really very informative. My name is Gugulethu Mtshali, and I am a contractor. I run a facility management and renovation company called Kid Home Improvement. I am now 13 years in the construction industry. I used to work for some of the biggest projects. I was at the Kusile power station as well as Mudupi power station as a foreman. Due to retrenchment, I'm now started being a contractor. Now it's 3 times as hard because as a contractor, there's trust issues with you being a woman and handling a man's job. You know, I started off as a bricklayer, so I can lay bricks. I don't want to say just as good as a man can because there's a standard to laying bricks, but that's the thing. And how I prove myself in the industry is through training, you know, as much training as I can get so I can prove to my clients, look, I have to prove myself with everything that I do. I know a lady just mentioned now a female contractor got penalized. I get the same thing, whereas a male contractor with the same mistake, you know, it's almost as if it's brushed aside. And then my question is to Ellison. Ellison, I heard you talking about tender training or that form. I don't know if that training is available. If so, can you just kindly let me know where I can find such, because I've now moved away from tendering and moving to private clients because that's one of the skills that I need. Thank you.
Thanks, Gugulethu. So the training is a recommendation of mine. There isn't a set training, and that's why I mentioned that directly to the Deputy Minister, that is really something that needs to be rolled out on a national basis. But we are at the African Procurement Law Unit. You could just Google. The contact details are there. We are available for training in public procurement matters, in gender in public procurement matters. So we are available for that if you have a need. But it's really something that should come from the government side, that should be rolled out on a national basis.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. If you may please just share the information. Please note that all presentation will be shared as part of the post survey by Friday. All presentation will be shared, and also that we do have CPD points for this attendance. I think it's 0.5 CPD credits from SICAP and SICE. Thank you. I will take the last 2 before we go into closure to allow our gentlemen to also have a voice in our discussion. I'll start with Wellington, then Dr. Keith. Unfortunately, after that, we will not be able to take any further hands. Thank you very much. Wellington. You may unmute, Wellington.
Okay, let's see. Is it fine now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay. Actually, thanks so much. I think because program chair is actually a workshop, so maybe I'm gonna talk about a little bit of some practical experience, maybe in relation to the panel, if they can just maybe answer the question in relation to the practical experience. So in terms of myself, so I'm a professor at UNISA, civil engineering. So I teach there. So, but I also have do some mentoring in the industry and also actually doing some work in the industry. So most in terms of construction and in consultant and also in terms of construction work. So, but in terms of my first question, maybe because we're talking about a practical workshop that all of us, we need to learn. So from our beautiful women to say, here's the issue now. I think from the panel, maybe my first question is around their experiences now to say, in terms of empowering women, maybe can they share their experiences? Actually, what have they done because I think we need to move from that theory perspective. We come to the practical to say, look here, as we advocate for this thing. So as panel members, so what have we done? I'm just saying, I think that one is going to be critical for them just to tell us. And then the other question is around the issue of mentorship. So I'm involved with the SACMP in terms of mentorship, and also in terms of conducting the interviews, in terms of, I've chaired so many interviews in terms of the professional registration of candidate. So I found less mentors who are women. I found most of the people who get registered as women, they don't do mentorship. The men who do the mentorship, they continue to do that. Maybe I would like their comment from the panel to say, why is it like that? Because part of the thing that we're doing about, are we talking about the issue of women, or we're talking about progressive women? To me, I use the word progressive women and progressive men, you know, in any particular struggle. I think to me, I always think about that. And then I'm gonna, program director, I'm gonna just throw something, maybe the panel can comment about. You know, in my career, I was in the industry before I came to academic. One point in time, I'll tell you, I've been promoted once by a man. All my other promotions have been by women. You know, at one point in time, I was promoted twice in a year by a panel of women who promoted me in terms of that. But I'm just saying, I think to me, we need to interrogate practically some other things to say, why is it like that? I would see in the organization where I was working from before, men were promoted more by women, not by men. And I think those are the things that maybe we need to be able to talk about in terms to say, how do we deal with those particular issues? And then another thing, maybe the panel they comment about, program director, I think I know we're running short of time, but I think because it's a workshop, then I'm gonna raise some issues now. So now, I think maybe the panel, if they comment, are we interested in the issue of inequality? Because to me, I think what you need to look at, we can look at the issue of women in the context of inequality. And then we get progressive people who are gonna deal with the issue within the issue of inequality. Because I'm telling you, the tenders that you're talking about, that's why I'm saying we may have another day just to deal with this particular issue. Most of the people who are also giving men tenders in the industry, they are women. I'm not saying men, they're not controlling, but there are women who are giving the men tenders now. How do you deal with that particular issues? We find women, they come and complain, but at that particular issue, the people who are giving, it's like I was in a workshop addressing one particular workshop. So now they're complaining is all the tenders are going to white companies, but when we're looking at all the people who are involved in the process, they're actual Black people, if I can put it like that. But I'm just saying, if Black contractors, they're not meeting the requirement, is there a particular training to say, you have not got this particular tender? What is the particular problem so that for the future can be able to, to rectify those particular problems? It's not happening. But I'm just saying to me, those are the particular issues that I need to ask. Maybe I'll just talk about program chair. I know I'm taking your time to talk about one of my practical experience that I've done. I've got 20 contractors whom I've grown from grade 2. Some of them, they're grade 7 and grade 8 now. You know, I've mentored them. For a particular majority of them, they're actual male contractors. But however, the condition I've put to them is say, if they subcontract, they need to subcontract either a youth company or disabled, although we are finding difficult in terms of getting disabled companies, or it must be a women company so that they can be able to stay under the mentorship program. If ever they don't comply with that, I take them. I mentor them for free. I do it for free for them, though they make some millions in terms of that, but I do them for free in terms of that. But there are conditions which I put to them, which are there. I'm just saying from the panel, do they put conditions? Because remember, there's no Messiah who's gonna come and sort our problems. If we do something, we need to be able to put some conditions. I'm saying myself, I'm spending sleepless nights, many hours, but I'm saying for the imperative of the country to progress, to go forward, then we need those particular things. And Chair, I've been the chair, the head of department at UJ before I went to UNISA. You know, if you can look, the most transformed and which have got more women who've got PhD in the whole country, you can go and do your research, is a Department of Construction Management and Surveying at the University of Johannesburg. I make sure that even, we're not talking about Black women, South African Black women, I make sure that it happens in my time when I was HOD. Nobody came to intervene in terms of that, but I told the dean to say, that's what I want to see. And I'm saying the practical experience that we need to talk about. We can talk about theory, we can talk about what legislation, what, but I'm saying from our side, what are we doing? Thank you, Program Chair. I think I've taken most of the time, but I'm just saying, I was raising that packet debate to say, let us look at those packet things, because always we think the problem is not with us. We always blame somebody else, but I'm just saying, what are we doing ourselves to make sure that there's that emancipation of women, you know? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Let me, before the panel speak, can I just let Dr. Keith post or comment, and I will only let Lebogang respond on this one. And as Mema before does the closing, maybe she can touch also on that comment. Thank you, Dr. Jacob.
Chairperson, I just want to say that women underestimate their strength. Women underestimate the value that they bring. I started 20, 30 years ago, a woman in mechanical engineering at then Pentec that became CPUT. Within 2 years, the top 5 persons in all the grades were women. Because when you give them the space and you give them the opportunity, they flourish. I want to say to Dr. Anthony, we need to ensure that when we train our students, we must be unapologetic when we say to our female students, the world is your oyster. You have got the competence, you've got the brains, you've got the emotional intelligence, which is much, much, much more than what men have, because we try and bring the women down, not because of anything else, because we're jealous of them and their capabilities. And so, Chair, I can see that you're smiling because we've served on Exeter together and we've come a long way. But I just want to say today, Chairperson, this was a fantastic platform, but I want to say to the women today, you don't need to be scared of anything. Now I want to bring CBE into the picture, Chair. I believe we need to have, like you have these ethics and these other watch, where you can complain and you can send in gender violence. And I'm suggesting, Chair, because you are the chairperson of this TCC, and we've got a powerful lady who is the chair, the vice chair of this council, and the chair of the BMC. I think that we need to create a watchdog, a line, a direct line. When these atrocities against women, like we've heard the whole day, in terms of procurement, in terms of when things are unfairly done, the CIDB thing, Chairperson, it hits me like a dagger in my chest. So I want to say that we, as CBE Chairperson, and I'm outgoing councillor at CBE, but I want to watch the space where we take control of those who are diminishing and being discrediting women in the industry. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Jacobs, and thank you for those confidence in the women here. And it's because of men like you that we shall rise above all challenges. Lebogang, I will let you just close in terms of the panel and the practicality, and maybe that on its own is a topic that we need to have a seminar around, just focusing on the practicality part of how to make a change.
Absolutely, absolutely, Chair. I mean, you know, and thanks to Dr. Keith. I want to really reflect on what Prof said, Prof Twala, in the practicalization of things. You know, he says less women, there's lesser women who are in the empowerment space or mentorship space, or women who are providing mentorship. So here's reality. You know, guys, coming from an engineering world, we've not taught to put colors or flowers around conversations. Right now, today, we sit here, we talk about gender responsive procurement in a time when the preferential procurement regulation itself is under attack, you know, where people are talking about you know, declaring it invalid and unconstitutional. This is now the PPPFA and a conversation that's happening in courtrooms right now. So where do we see gender responsive coming into the picture? You know, is it just a conversation that we're saying all the right things that ought to be said? Or are we really watching the space and watching what is happening? But to yourself, you know, Professor Twala, it is difficult for women who are scrambling to access business opportunities themselves to be put in a position. You know, one of the in the chat box, somebody spoke about Lebogang, you know, we're done with sustainability. I'm saying, how do you be done with sustainability when today you've got business and you go to work, you know, you got to wait another 10 months or 12 months or even more than that to get the second opportunity? How do you say we are done with sustainability? It becomes a very difficult conversation for women to say, in the midst of all that, I will come out, I know what I know, I will make time, I'll make myself available to drive mentorship. You know, it takes a certain kind of a person to look beyond their own personal circumstances and offer their services irrespective of how difficult the journey ahead is. You know, he spoke inequality is an issue where women are empowering other women. And that touches on what Dr. Keith said, because where Dr. Keith says, you cannot offer the world what you do not have. So when you do not believe in yourself, it becomes difficult to believe in another woman, irrespective of race. By virtue that it's another woman, it becomes difficult. So yeah, I totally agree with him. We need to work on ourselves enough to appreciate and know who we are, what we know, to a point that when we see another woman, we see them as ourselves. In that way, we can truly move forward with empowering each other. It is a it's a collective responsibility, really. You know, I would close to say, when in the video we said, be the change you want to see in the world, it is a message to us as women ourselves. If we want to see a balanced economic landscape, let us be part of let us be the change that we want to see in the world. But thank you again, Chairperson. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the panel members for the participation. I'll now hand over to the Vice Chairperson of CBE, Mema People, for the closing of this series that we have just begun today. It is the first that we have launched. There are many that will come, and this was just a platform to engage and get from you what we can look forward to in the future. Thank you very much, everyone. Mema People. Member people, you can unmute now.
Okay, I'm here rambling on. And I'm muted.
I hope you're not done with the speech. You can start again. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Program Director. Now, I've got to the responsibilities that I have to do now. One of them is summarizing the proceeding. Means basically repeating what the other people have done or they have said, but at the same time, it's just picking out on the salient points just to remind ourselves, one of the, those important issues that were to take out the meat, let me say, to take out the meat from the bone. So my responsibility in that aspect, I'm going to, because also time is not our side. My first responsibility is to summarize. My second responsibility is a vote of thanks. So on the summary component, I'm going to whisk through the summary that we have prepared. I'm just going to read through it, sort of marathon through it. Basically just reminding ourselves of the importance of today's talk and the issues that have come out of it. And then the vote of thanks will follow later. And we have got here, in this seminar, we were led by Ms. Mayor Prudence Madiba. And then we had our keynote speaker, which is the Honorable Minister of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, Mayor Nokolo Kivit, who was now joined by Dr. Dlamini, our chairperson, and our honorable speakers, Mr. Philip Sufi, founder of Prana Consulting, Mele Bukhang Zulu, chairperson of BRICS Women Business Alliance, Mekes Diro, which is the director of Collab Concepts Architect, and our senior lecturer at the University of South Africa, Dr. Alison Anthony. I greet you all and welcome, although it is late in the day. We appreciate the attendance, and I can really see that this seminar has really been well attended. Of all the workshops that we've had in the CPE, I think this one is the most attended, and we appreciate your interest because women issues are very critical. We know that without women, there's not much we can do in the world. Some people may argue, but that is the that is the truth and nothing but the truth. So our seminar, our webinar commenced with an official opening and welcome by the moderator for the event, which is Mayor Prudence Madiba, who is the chairperson of the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Transformation Collaborative Committee of the CBE. And in his opening remarks, our chairperson, Dr. Sitsabo Dlamini, opened the session with an explanation about the slow pace of economic, racial, and gender transformation in the built environment. We know that this is a rhetoric been repeated over and over again for the past 20 years. This is what, or 25 years, this is what we have been hearing. And it looks like we're not making any headway in this aspect. So we keep on repeating it until we get on our laurels and we start doing something about it. Our chairperson echoed that the low number of women and the barriers that women face in the built environment is not a status quo that we can live with, and we say no to that. It's an effort to advance gender diversity and inclusion in the sector. In 2019, with the CBE Council, the CBE and the Council, we established this particular transformation committee, which is mandated to promote participation of built environment women in the economy of the country and the fair treatment in their areas of work. The Women Empowerment and Gender Inequality webinar series served as a platform to profiling women in the built environment sector and devise strategies to promote gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. And I remember that there was a question about how do we go about profiling women in this industry so that we can encourage other women in the sector. And I think the CBE is a perfect platform to basically do that. So I think this is a chairperson of the TCC. I think this is another action point that you can put down so that the CBE can then get down to work and start looking around for women that would inspire other women and showcase them, and also perhaps even solicit those women that are in a position to mentor other women. Following the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works' speech, who opened the keynote address, the minister quoted Oprah Winfrey by saying that doing the best at this moment puts you in the best place for the next moment. Your environment cannot define who you are and where you are going. She reported that Oprah Winfrey faced personal struggles. However, she shattered the glass at age 19. She became the youngest person and the first African-American woman to anchor the news at Nashville's FTV. She argued that the built environment is in need of gender transformation. She asserted despite the growing need for the built environment progression, women remained an untapped resource. Attracting, supporting, and retaining more women in the built environment benefits everyone by increasing the potential to develop inclusive, innovative solutions for the complex challenges the country is facing. She argued that we also need to investigate why the completion of built environment qualifications is few among women. Issues relating to gender equality, diversity, and inclusion cannot be confined to the month of August. And like Mele Zulu said, she was happy that we are doing this in August, so that in October, so that we are not compacting all the issues about women in the month of August, as if the month of August is the only month that must talk to women issues. The whole year round, we should be talking about women issues because they are very critical to us as a nation, to our growth, and to our future generation. Our minister urged women to strengthen their networks and collaborations in business and professional relationships to develop clear goals and strategies. She urged women in the built environment to take their rightful space and obtain an equitable share of economic activity. Women need to be obsessed with transformation. Women need to be their own advocates, identify opportunities, and rise to the opportunity. We have the freedom to be the best versions of ourselves, create our own opportunities. And we know that the speakers that followed, they did highlight some of the challenges that women are going through, whereas we do acknowledge that there are various opportunities out there, but we also acknowledge that there are various challenges that we are facing. And I'm glad that our speakers have highlighted, what we can do, the actions that we can take in order for us to rise above our challenges and crack the glass ceiling. Mr. Refilwe Sufi, founder of Prana Consulting, imparted her views on shattering the glass ceiling and career success factors for women to advance into leadership and in the engineering profession. She said women in the built environment continue to face glass ceiling, which refers to the invisible yet real cultural barriers faced by women and minorities looking to build their careers by advancing to managerial or executive level roles. She also said that that glass ceiling has now become bulletproof. And if she says it has become bulletproof, that means you need something much more stronger, like a bomb, to be able to shatter that ceiling. So those are the kind of things that we need to begin to look at. But I'm glad that we have been given, direction, in terms of the speakers to say, these are the issues that, this is the direction that you can take to try, or strategies that you can begin to formulate in order for us to be able to crack the glass ceiling. And I think if we keep on talking about this glass ceiling and you don't do anything about it, it's going to become much more than just the bulletproof. So I think we need to start standing up and begin to strategize. And I'm glad that some strategies have been brought on board, and then we can begin to look at it as well. Mary Fido also recommended that women need to find mentors and sponsors and also become role models to young girls. And May also emphasized that it is imperative for companies to understand the conscious and unconscious biases, to recruit and promote individuals based on talent and potential, encourage meaningful mentoring relationships, provide flexi-time options for all, eliminate harassment, and reserve engineering work for engineering professionals. I have heard in some quarters that men are actually employed on potential, but women are employed on proven experience. So those are some of the biases that we have and that we have to deal with, unfortunately, in real life. She added that although gender initiatives in recent years have seen advances in cracking the glass ceiling, the impact of COVID-19 and climate change put women at vulnerable risk of perpetuated oppression and inequalities. Therefore, strategies and solutions for dismantling monopoly in the built environment are crucial and urgent. I hope we are noting that as the CBE. She argued that women entrepreneurs have multiple challenges, amongst others, lack of access to markets and credit. There are plenty of women-centric initiatives. However, the impact of these initiatives is not measured. And I may just add that with the women in built environment professions, we still do not have a dedicated organization that can deal with that. At least the female contractors have got SAWIC, and we are lacking in that aspect. And I think it's one of the areas that we need to begin to look at. So I think we need to put that down as well as one of the actions that we need to do, because when you collaborate, when you meet on a particular platform, you are able to zoom into the real issues. And then you can then bring those issues to the TCC, to the CBE TCC platform. She also stated that she hopes the database of women-owned enterprises will be used by the CBE to champion the implementation of gendered procurement and will influence the reconfiguration of infrastructure related databases for the identification of the built environment enterprises. She reiterated that the sector needs to develop incentives for companies that implemented gender inclusive procurement. I must mention that currently we are busy at the CBE to resuscitate the consultants roster, because the consultants roster that was used before, it was quite successful, and for some odd reason, it was stopped or suspended. And, transformation then came to almost a standstill. So one of the things that we are doing at the CB is to resuscitate that roster. And I know that that roster, in its operation, it can be able to separate the different categories, of professional service providers in such a manner that you can actually use it to implement transformation successfully. Mela Zulu from BRICS, her primary focus on the presentation was how women can change the status quo by devising tangible strategies and solutions for dismantling monopoly in the built environment. She critically analyzed and interrogated whether economic transformation has been achieved at a representation level or at a substantive level. She argued that our economic system is oppressive and unjust. She reiterated that we needed to practicalize transformation and move towards an export-oriented strategy. We need to examine how we use our domestic markets to develop capacity and how we use international markets to grow women and youth construction SMMEs, and this is really also including, when we say construction, I think we're talking hard construction and we're also talking professionals. Entrepreneurship is about transforming the industry through solutions and innovation. We should stop sitting back and we should be the one driving innovation. And to that, our beloved Lebogang also said, listen, do you want to be a service provider or do you want to be called an entrepreneur? And I see that we have been she's been using words like construction entrepreneurs, because what you focus on, obviously, is what you become. So if you are a service provider and you don't see yourself as an entrepreneur, what are the chances of you succeeding in being an entrepreneur and not just being a professional service provider? So I think as professionals, I think we need to really look at what we call ourselves. We do say what is in the name. There is a lot in the name, because what you are called, you become. So I think we just need to really look at that and see how we can position ourselves so that when someone reads about the professionals, they know what they're talking about. And when someone reads about the contractors or material suppliers, we know what we are talking about. Lebogang also stated that the fourth industrial revolution has fueled in the next wave of innovations, presenting an opportunity to address gender inequality in the built environment, preparing women and youth entrepreneurs to service an ever-increasing demand for homes and social infrastructure. The construction labor market is also in urgent need of skills of the future. In a period where access for participation of women and youth entrepreneurs in the construction materials supply chain continues to be restricted by monopolies and imports from developed countries, the need for greater economic integration is ever so urgent. Currently, women and youth entrepreneurs are not liberated because of lack of knowledge, access to innovation and technologies, and inability to access market opportunities. And I will mention at this juncture that we do have a professional skills development TCC within the CBE. And perhaps a link with the Menebukang would also assist them in growing their tentacles and perhaps adding value, or vice versa, adding value to one another. So I would encourage that our skills development TCC link up with the project that he has spoken about, because I think it will also benefit our skills development program. Melebukang also presented opportunities for women and youth in the built environment to partner with the South African chapter of BRICS Women Business Alliance on the Innovative and Building Technologies Construction-Based Capacity Development Program. Wow, that's quite a mouthful. We've got that TCC chairperson. You will initiate those processes with your team, so that we don't let this fall by the wayside. The capacity building program is designed to transform the built environment by creating an army of technology inclined and capable women and youth construction entrepreneurs to bridge innovative building technologies, construction value chain knowledge gap that is presenting opportunities for the growth and development of the construction and increase in export market trading activities. The next one is from Ms. Kirsty Rom, who prefaced her presentation by lamenting that only 271 out of 8,842 registered architectural professionals are women. She also argued that Black female-owned architectural practices are even fewer. She asked the participants if world cities would be different if more voices were heard. She reiterated that representation matters. The representation of women in architecture will assist to create equitable infrastructure. She argued that it's crucial for Black women to see their Black female counterparts serving as role models in architecture. She reported that mentoring will assist in addressing the transformational challenges as mentoring provides support and encouragement required to thrive in their careers. She then conceptualized the volunteer-based women-to-women mentoring program. She emphasized having a strong army of female mentors and female mentors that could help reverse the barriers women face. Mentoring is a powerful tool for support and continuing professional development, which is beneficial for both sides of the partnership, developing key skills in communication, resilience, confidence, leadership, and self-awareness. She emphasized that the benefits of women-to-women mentoring are enormous and include, number one, more motivation and self-assurance, number two, role modeling, number three, support for career progression, and serve as a forum for advice and sharing ideas. Ms. Kirsty also encouraged built environment professionals to champion transformation by positioning themselves as role models and mentors for younger female entrants in the skills pipeline. Prof. Twala, I think what we've just indicated here about Mkrisi is that she's encouraging that, but I think as Melebukang Zulu, put it, women would want to be mentors. Women are natural mentors. We mentor our children. We mentor everywhere we go. We mentor. We see someone doing something wrong, we try to mentor them. This is how our society is made. But in that space, you need to be able to have resources to be able to mentor others. I think there are those ones that are able to do it. There are those ones that have a problem. Volunteering is a good thing, but then when you want to volunteer and you do not have the resources, it also becomes a challenge. But that is one thing that we can look at as the CBE, because we don't know who is out there who has the ability to volunteer that kind of service. So it doesn't hurt us, to make a call out there to say we need mentors, and those that are able, volunteer mentors, and those that are able to volunteer, I think they will come on board. And then we can then begin to have more women in the space as we would like to see. One thing also that Ms. Kitty mentioned was that, there should be nothing for women without women, because we don't know the needs of women, and that it's very important to consult. I know that, in the early, just post-1994, our government had an open door policy, and consultation was very critical. All the community projects, there was even social consultants, that organized meetings with the communities, and the communities participated. And for some reason, strange reason rather, that just kind of fizzled out. And hence, we now encountered problems like the construction mafias, because people are not consulted and we don't know what is going on. And hopefully, that's very critical component of, providing infrastructure. Hopefully it'll be brought back into the projects, because the social consultants, I think they played a very critical role. So I think we need to look at that as well as the CBE to see how we can help to facilitate that, we should go back to that community consultation process, because I think it created a very progressive and very peaceful environment. Finally, we had our Dr. Allison, who highlighted that the current procurement legislation that we have is adequate, but require monitoring and evaluation to identify gender-responsive procurement. And I must also add that it is not only that, like the minister mentioned, we have got lots of policy, we have legislation that is kind of progressive, but it has not been proven whether it's practical or not, because of the lack of a robust monitoring and evaluation system. When we have these policies and we don't monitor them and ensure implementation, then we cannot say the policies are not working, and we cannot keep on complaining that things are not changing. This tool, the monitoring and evaluation tool, is one of the most critical things that we need to put in place. I don't know how many times we have been talking about it. I remember that so many years ago, when the Department of Public Works was implementing the consultants roster system, it was rather a pilot system. I did convert into a roster system later. There was a monitoring and evaluation team that was working with the department to ensure that the objectives of that roster system was actually met. Incidentally, I was part of the team. And for a few years, I think about 3 years, we were monitoring that system. And when we got to evaluating how it was working, and we discovered that it was working, unfortunately, that particular team was then, told to say, look, we are no longer going to continue. We are going to have a transformation office within the department. So we are going to suspend this team for a while, and we will call you back, and it never happened. So it's very important and critical for any legislation to be monitored in its implementation. You know that with the technology, when there is a software package or whatever, whatever website or whatever program, we have digitally, we always ask how it's working, if there are any suggestions that you can make, because it has a specific objective. And the creators of that program, the creators of that software, they want to know if it's working so that they can keep on amending it and changing it until it achieves its purpose. So now when we have legislation and no one is monitoring the legislation, how can we then turn around and say the legislation is not working? We have not been monitoring. And I think it's high time that we get into that space and begin to monitor, because in terms of the CBE Act basically says to us, look at a construction legislation. And if it's not working according to the way that it's supposed to be, or any legislation whatsoever that impacts, on the built environment. And if it's not working, then give a recommendation. Tell us what is it that will work so that we can begin to look at it. And I think as the CBE, we need to begin to very seriously, consider that, because this monitoring and evaluation is the only tool, in my opinion, that will assist us to ensure that the legislation is working. If it's not working, it is able to change. And I think in that aspect, we can be able to make a leeway. Right now, we have the procurement bill that is being processed, and all the other issues that Dr. Allison has brought forth. I think what we need to do is to, go back to the drawing board, look at our comments, and see if we have been able to accommodate, and where we think we are lacking, and we are taking her advice, and then we can then communicate with Treasury or whoever that we need to be communicating with to ensure that the procurement bill, by the time that it is passed, that it has taken care of all the eventualities. Now, as a way forward, CBE has made submissions, yes, on the procurement bill. It is a commitment of the CBE that we effect some of the achievable solutions with the submission that the entity has made and seeks to track and evaluate the implementation thereof. CBE will also champion gender responsive training for the CBEPs and industry stakeholders. CBE is also reviving the Built Environment Advisory Council, which will bring achievable solutions on diversity, equality, and inclusion in the sector. This brings me to the end of this summary. And I hope that some of you have not fallen asleep in the process because it is very important that we pick on the salient points. This is our take homes. And in our organizations, in our private space, wherever we are going, we need to be thinking about these issues so that we can begin to ensure that there is change or transformation, in our space as women. We cannot afford to be waiting for someone else to do the work for us. We do have our male counterparts, yes, but as women, I think we need to take the initiative. I think we need to push, as you push for a baby to come out, this is the kind of push that we require in order for us to see the change in this environment. And at this juncture, I think I would just like to say thank you very much to our speakers. We really appreciate, we appreciate the minister being here with us, taking off her time to come and talk to us. She never fails us. She's always available when we requested to come on board, and we are very grateful for that. And to our speakers, we really highly appreciate you. We are very grateful that you chose to be here. You could have been elsewhere, but you chose to be here to come and share with us what you do in your space, and to even enlighten us on some of the issues in terms of how you're implementing your programs, and also how we can partner with you, because basically all of you have said, we are doing something in this space. We encourage you to partner. And I think the CBE, we are ready to do that. And that's what the kind of relationship that we have been seeking, because as a collective, we can be able to see the change that will influence the change that we would like to see in the built environment. And for your participation, we are very, very grateful. And for the participants, this can never happen without you. Otherwise, we'd only be talking to ourselves. You are highly appreciated. Thank you so much for joining up to this time. Even though we've gone beyond time, you have stuck with us, and we really very highly appreciate. And we also appreciate the technical team that has been behind the scenes, making sure that everything goes well. And our program director, bravo to you. Thank you very much, Mme. You have done a good job. And I think we are done for today, and we are so, so very grateful. The only thing is that Wichi team, you are left with a lot of work. In your next seminar, I think in the beginning, you just need to give a little bit of a feedback in terms of progress, so that this does not become just a talk show, but it is an environment where we keep on reporting back in terms of what we are doing, and ensuring that the change that we want to see is actually taking place. I heard that there is a willingness, to hold a workshop to really deal with some real serious issues. And I would encourage that when that opportunity arises, let us do that, because this CBE platform is meant to do all of that. This CBE platform wants to see change in the industry. It is not here just for a talk show. We are here to make sure that there is a change, and hence we try to get as many collaborations, as many partnerships as we possibly can. And the CBE is also has the responsibility to be communicating back to government. So if there are issues, I think we just need to make sure that we deal with those issues head on, and we don't compromise in any way. And with these few words, I am saying thank you very much to everyone. You are highly appreciated. And if you are traveling message to you. And if you are at home, please do have a good rest. We've had a very long day. And I will leave you with this thing that says peace. I had somebody saying positive energy always creates elevation. So when we have positive and we are pushing, we will elevate ourselves and we will really see the agenda for women empowerment being achieved. And with these few words, I would like to say thank you very much and go well.
Thank you. Thank you.